Let's get started. So yeah, I'm awake. I'm here. Just getting everybody else hooked in. Oh yeah, the bisque and the grilled cheese. Sorry.
Come on, Tim. Come on, Jim.
There we go. Mama. Have a good one, Rekka. Have a good sleep.
Come on, Jim. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Is that what that is? I keep hearing about something called Skinamarink, but I don't know. Something else called Smile. Is it just capitalizing on the whole like back rooms, liminal spaces thing or whatever? The most genuine, caring face that Pigma expresses in the entire cartoon. And it's when he's luring someone into a trap. That's a great thing. People are going to see this knowing that my canon is different, and some of them might actually be fooled at this moment. They're like, wait, wow, maybe Fred is doing like a twist where, you know, there aren't any bad guys and James doesn't get betrayed. Ah, he got me. Well, Pigma got you. I'm just conveying the story.
Come on, Jim.
Hey, Link, how's it going? I just really like seamlessly looping ambient background music that makes me feel like I need to focus on stuff. It's fun. But I do play this track a lot. I apologize if it gets a little repetitive. Which one am I on now? I have over 190 loops. I'm about to break 100 in another month or so. I remember when I broke 100. I need to make a loop of the first level track from that Nintendo 64 game, Win Back. That was a cool track. That doom 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 doom. That was a great sneaking track. God, that was one of the very first cover-based 3D shooters. Other than that, and Siphon Filter, I don't even know if... Oh yeah, that's right, you could sneak in Siphon Filter. Those games were so good. If I made a loop of music from Splinter Cell, it would definitely have to be from Chaos Theory. I still think Chaos Theory was the best Splinter Cell. Everything after that was just kind of watered down. The new one, Blacklist, was pretty neat, but it just felt like more like, you know, the same Ubisoft modern shit that we get now. Good engine and you can do a lot of stuff, but it's just the HUD, Jesus. Where they did the thing where when they took the med kits and all that stuff out of Splinter Cell, where it's like, oh, I got shot a whole bunch, I made a mistake, I need to go back and hide and let all these bullet holes disappear, and then I can try, like, It takes all of the gambling out of the game. It's like Call of Duty. Oh, I died. Gotta rewind 15 seconds and start at the beginning of this 75th corridor of covered enemies that I have to shoot through like a fucking gallery. I'll admit they had me going. Call of Duty, the Call of Duty people had me going for a long time. Then after a while, I just I think it was around the time the Kevin Spacey one came out, or the one that was on Jupiter or something like that. And I just, everyone before that, I even finished Ghosts, and then the next one came out, and I didn't even, yeah, it was the Kevin Spacey one, because I didn't finish that one. Dude loses his arm or whatever and gets a mechanical arm. And this is advanced warfare. Oh, my underwear slipped down. Pardon me. Mr. Spacey, please. Why don't you come over here and help me out? Yeah, I didn't finish that one. Star Siege Tribes. Tribes was the first game I bought at this. I got Star Siege Tribes at Kmart. And it was the first PC game. It was the beginning of the current atmosphere of multiplayer gaming. It was the first game I got when I went home and said, where's single player? Yeah, it was cool. It was just like, I have a laptop and dial-up still. I can't play this with anybody. So it just sat on my shelf and I never played it again. Still don't know what I'm gonna do with Pigma in episode 3.
All right.
Oh.
I'm not showering anymore.
I could excuse stick to the pond froggy, because it could be deduced that frog people usually live in a swampy area because it's good for their skin or the humidity or something. I could excuse stick to the pond froggy, but in Star Fox Zero, when you start shooting at Pigma and he's like, you're turning me into a pork roast dinner, I like, it threw me out of the I don't know, the universe. I was like, wait, so So they roast pig people and eat them in Lilat? Like, why would Pigma know what a pork roast dinner is? Like, I don't know. It's like when you're watching Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa, and there are these big hunky, two-legged cowboy guys that are like anthropomorphic cows, but they ride on regular four-legged horses. And
Evolution just branched, man. Plus, they threw a magic meteorite in the mix or something, right?
Is that what turned everybody into cows?
I think so. Yeah, like a meteor hit the Earth and completely changed everything, and then cow people became a thing. I think it's in the intro.
An irradiated comet struck the western plains, creating a miles-high mesa shrouded in clouds. Everything trapped on the top of it was calmatized by the light from the calmet instead of comet, and evolved into a bovipomorphic state.
Oh, there's your plot device.
Where did they get the horses from, though?
They were probably still around that prairie area that got hit. They just didn't. They're not cows. So they didn't get cowified. They just stayed horses.
Wait, that's right, because it was the people that got turned into.
Yes.
See, I think it would have been so cool if it was like in an alternate reality planet and they rode on like big insect things or robot things or motorcycles. I don't know. I just can't do the anthropomorphic cat people walking a four-legged dog on a leash or whatever when there are also dog people in the world. I don't know. It's they got mutated. Get out of here. You get a timeout. I know,
that was
for
really good. That was really good. You gonna ban him for 60 seconds?
No, because the last time I tried to do that, I embarrassed myself.
Turned into a life sentence. Yeah. Dude, I showered, but in candlelight only.
That's cool.
It was really nice.
Sounds chill.
Yeah. That's not something you want to do when you're like geriatric and whatnot, but it just seems dangerous.
Not if you shower in a fetal position like I do.
I used to lay down in showers all the time.
If they're big enough, hell yeah.
Yeah. My dream bathroom shower combo is there's just like no like bathtub or like shower unit. You just walk in and it's almost like locker room style. Like the whole thing
like
could be
that
a
hotel
shower if you wanted.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there. Bubba remembers that one. The residency and that me, Bubba, and Greg were staying at, like on the move trip.
It was locker room style.
One of the bathrooms, it was just a flat tile floor with a toilet on one side of the wall and just a curtain around a quarter of the room. And just
it was like an assisted living bathroom.
See, that's my dream, but no curtain. It's just you freestyle.
But there was no like ridge to hold the water in or anything. Yeah. It was just literally the bathroom floor.
That's my jam.
I had the Capsella toys. Y'all remember the Capsella toys?
No, never heard of that.
Where the toy that's made of like the clear plastic spheres with the prongs on, and you like connect them together to make propeller things, and they float in the water like what I'm showing on stream, and like one of them would have like a battery motor and the propellers on it, or like
that was just before my time.
Floaty water device things that would just like let it float on water. You had like the wires going to like the battery powered thing.
It's like a mobile game.
Capsella. I think that's what it's. Is it Capsella? Yeah. It was like Lego Technic for babies, I guess. I mean, some of the shit was like not. Hold on a minute. This stuff. I know somebody remembers these toys. But yeah, like you wire things together and see like they had batteries inside of them, and some of them you could put like the yellow things that you floated in water. And you know, it was just like AA batteries. You wouldn't like electrocute yourself or anything. God, I remember that propeller piece. That was so cool. That, like, I mean, I guess looking at it now, I was like, yeah, this isn't a baby toy, but this is like, you know, kindergarten level engineering kind of stuff, and it was really neat. Looks like it always reminded me of like space probes and stuff. And Tinker toys. They always had Tinker toys at the doctor's office.
I miss those wooden block and like coat hanger wires sort of material things where it was just like a big maze and move the shapes from one end to the other or whatever.
With the little wooden beads.
Around with that. Yeah, I would fuck around with those for hours if I could, man.
The wood on those tasted funky, but that may have just been the finish. Because we had those when I was young enough that you're just like, I don't put this in my mouth.
Yeah, y'all remember this one? Who remembers this at the doctor's office?
Yes, that thing exactly.
Yeah.
I miss that thing so much.
You would flick and spin the star piece, and the whole thing is like, blah, 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 blah.
I'll flick and spin your star piece.
No, you will.
No, I will. Yeah.
Make me go, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah. Taste your finish.
God damn, dude. You're on a roll. Jesus Christ. Yeah, from downtown with the Switch. What other toys did they have? No, they always had like the big crawl inside thing that always smelled like pee.
Yeah. It smelled like an old diaper bag. And they had those, what is like the gold end, like kids books? Like what were those called with the gold spine?
Golden books, I thought.
Yeah, golden books.
Yeah.
And on the back, it always had the same picture of all of the characters in a big circle around the text.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lion, a train, Bert and Ernie. Yeah, let's check this out. That's it. That's and the pokey little puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I loved the lion so much, even though I never read the book that it was from.
I'd be afraid to see what they look like nowadays. Yeah, the something skinny lion, or the sheep. No, that's Lambert. The tawny, scrawny lion. There you
Aw.
go. I like flowers.
Yay.
I remember Lambert, the sheepish lion. The Disney cartoon, I think it was.
Oh yeah. I just remember the sheep part when they sang. They made them talk like sheep.
And they're like, Lambert, help us, or whatever.
Yeah. They suck. Those sheep deserved it.
One ram from Charlotte's Web. Father, can we go play the thing? You may most certainly not. It is spelled Terrific. No, it's not the dumbass goose. TEERRRRFFCC.
Good night, Slava.
Oh, have a good one, dude.
I don't know if any of you remember these books in general.
Yeah, I was so mad. That was the first one I had, was called I Was So Mad.
Yup.
By Mercer Mayer. What's the other one? By
Oh,
Ezra
yeah.
Jack Keats. Illustrated by Stephen Kellogg. The Day
That's right.
Jimmy's boa ate the wash.
They even did like VHS versions of it where they just showed stills of the book, but someone
Yeah,
would
that's
like
Reading Rainbow.
Well, it wasn't just like Reading Rainbow did that as well, but there was one just for these books. I remember watching them
yeah.
in grade school. Yeah.
Man, I actually found 3 of my highlights magazines that I somehow managed to not throw away over the years.
I always like the hidden pictures.
Yeah.
I probably looked really weird and gave a bad vibe the last time I went to the fucking doctor's office to get a prescription filled. I had to sit there for 2 hours and I just read one of the highlights magazines. Just the find everything wrong in the second picture, and it's literally everything in the picture has been changed to something weird. It's Berenstain Bears, not Berenstein.
I thought it was Bernstein for whatever reason, but I'm an idiot.
Berenstain Bears, like Berensteins.
Berenstain.
The Berenstain Bears lose their allergy medication on the subway. Like, it's a different one where there's like Jewish New Yorkers. The
Oh,
fight
God.
of everyday life in New York as a Jewish bear family. This porridge is too hot. It's like it goes to throw. It's like, don't waste it. It's like, porridge prices are getting very expensive. Wait for it to cool down. Cut his mic. Cut
Porridge
his
in
mic.
Brooklyn's my favorite. Good
This
porridge.
bagel is too round. This bagel is too square. Oh wait, now I'm mixing in like fairy tales. This is getting off track here.
I'm also Jewish, by the way, so.
Yeah, aren't you
in
guys
case
like
that
at least?
I'm Ashkenazi Jew, yeah, but like
Right.
over 50%.
Yeah, hope nobody
You're the
got upset about
everything
my gay
bagel.
jokes the other night,
Oh, I wasn't there for that. But you're gay.
so I can tell it again. So
No, well,
there,
I mean,
I
Power through it.
fucked up the delivery. I could try.
it's a do-over.
So two brothers, one lives up north, one lives in the south, and they have sons, and the brother that moved up north, he's afraid his son is gay, so he decides to send him down south, to hang out with his brother's son in the south, so he could do some good old boy stuff and not turn gay. So the two boys are four-wheeling out on the back roads down south, and they see a goat over there with its head stuck in the fence. And the southern boy gets off the four-wheeler and he's like, "Hey, watch this," and he goes over there and f***s the goat. Just f***s the hell out of it. And then when he's done, he looks at the north boy and says, "Hey, you want some of that?" And the northern boy goes, "Yeah," and he goes over there and sticks his head in the fence.
I mean this in the best way, but that's like a joke that my grandpa would have told me.
yeah.
My grandpa had some really raunchy, like, jokes like that.
The job itself of pest control, you get a good teacher, a mentor, somebody that cares about you and pays you on time. Do it for an official company. Don't do it for like some locally owned place that isn't going to pay you all the time. The job itself was great, but I got paid. There are some times where like the owner would say that things were going kind of slow and he couldn't pay us sometimes over a month. Like it got to the point where I got my landlord to call him, or I called my boss and I said, "Hey, so my landlord is standing here wondering why I haven't been able to pay rent." And he's like, all right, come in here. I'll give you the money I owe you, but I'm only doing it this once. I'm like, you're only paying me this once? And he backed. I remember I was standing there with Bruno, my fucking landlord in Illinois. It was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. And I explained to him, he understood, and I was like, I'm not telling you this to make you feel bad for me, but like this guy, I'm stuck in this job. He owes me like $2,400, but if I leave, I'm not going to be making him money, and I'm going to get even farther behind, and I won't see any of that money for months and months and months. And yeah, it was like almost like a pyramid scheme. While homeboy lived in a big house and coached the kids' sports team and lived without a care, I was eating ramen noodles and SpaghettiOs and like other embarrassing things I don't want to admit as far as like finding food. It was like I refused to reach out and ask my mom for help. But anyway, I'm getting off track here. That's the world you will get into if you get a job for one of those people that like can't pay you on time. So if you can find a place that's good and like, you know, I guess syndicated or whatever, go for it. But the first day that somebody says that they can't pay you on time, leave that afternoon, even if you're in the middle of your shift. If your boss says, I'm not going to be able to pay you this week, I'll have to add it on, to like, just leave. Tell them like, nope. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's cool. At least I'm not scrubbing toilets anymore. I can do this. And I did all my taxes and everything, and not getting paid for driving to my shift and driving home, which was like 4 or 5 hours of the day sometimes. Didn't get a dime for it. Assuming that I should have, and I should have, absolutely. I made like between $3 and $4 an hour working there at a place I worked like 50 plus hours a week for 2 years. I'm still a little sore about it. You know, getting paid a couple days late every now and then, it's whatever. But like when it's like a month, and your landlord's like, "All right, when are you getting paid? When can I get my rent?" You know, don't ever get to that point. That's not just for pest control. That's for any job. I don't harbor any ill will toward the dude, but yeah, don't do that. If you can't pay your employees, you need to shut down and work on something else. If you're getting to the point where you can't pay the people who are still working for you, you have failed as a business owner. And at that point, you're just trying to figure out the way that you can keep them from knocking your door down and being like, where is the fucking money that I'm owed? I don't know. And I will be right back. The flurb. Burp. No, it's just Adam. Hey Adam, what's going on? I'm really proud of this scene. I hope that you would at least rate it a 5 or better. But yeah, I worked on this 12 hours yesterday getting Pigma set up. Good God. Welcome everybody. Thanks for the raid.
Captain,
Hope you had a good stream.
your friend looks tired.
Oh, you're just saying that. Whoa. What a...
We were informed that you carry
Thanks,
a sort
bud.
of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim.
Oh, I can't wait. I've got 1 minute left on this scene. And what are we at? Right about here at 126, all the way to 205, 215-ish. Yeah. I can't wait for this to be done. I want to try to get it done in time for Star Fox's 30th anniversary. Yeah, dude, have a good sleep. I'll catch you when you're streaming one of these days.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Final
Purple Fire, Blue Jaguar 22. And a ham sandwich.
Detritus.
Thank you for the follows. Well, see, instead of doing thumbnails, like going through and doing something like this, where you have the picture and the guy pointing the gun at the dude, and then you got the next one that's like a close up of the guy and the dude talking to him, and then the other way around, all this stuff. It's easier for me to actually just set the scenes up like this and have these models because I don't animate the models, like the mouths and the eyes and stuff. Like this is all that I'm going on for this part here.
We were informed that you carry a sort of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
I didn't have the fingers or
My
anything
partner
rigged.
seems to think that
I know what he said.
It's neat having everything there.
final warning. Detritus.
He's pulling a knife.
Come on. Come on, Jim.
Yeah, it's just kind of as a basic reference of where the character is. If I had better models and could animate in 3D a lot better, then I might
I see your legs.
straight up use the models for, you know, rotoscoping or something like that. But I kind of want to stick to my 2D stuff for most of it. Because if you just straight up literally trace the 3D models, like rotoscope over their face and everything, it ends up just kind of, I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like a lot of stuff in Beastars, it is just like a nice filter over an actual 3D model that's animated with some 2D mouths thrown in. And there's nothing wrong with that. It took me an episode or two of Beastars, but now like I love the show. And I'm very happy it exists.
Come on, Jim.
I still never went through season 2.
Same. You've seen as much as I have. I think
Yeah,
we did
I feel
like
I'm in the same boat.
2 episodes. Did
Saw
it?
the snake, right?
Oh yeah, the security guard fanboy snake.
Yeah. Okay then.
Yeah, season 2 gets a little weird. I heard, like, just kind of but I don't care. That's fine. Like shows can have a season that's not as good.
Spreads was telling me, I can't remember who had said it or if it was in a book, but there was a study that was done that the end of a situation or like a long running thing has way more impact than the stretch of it that came before it. So in that context, we were talking about Game of Thrones. We don't have to go down that whole conversation, but like
but yeah, no, that's
no
a
one talks
great
about it
example
anymore.
of it because like it was one of the most amazing fantasy shows ever made, if not the. And then like the last sprint from like the last marker to the finish line, I don't know. Someone got a big head, or someone's friend got a big head, and that person's like, "You're a genius. This is gonna do it. This is gonna make money and do the thing." And then, yeah. At the moment of truth, they sharded themselves.
I can't.
It's
wait
just
to
that
see
no
it.
one talks about that show anymore for a
Nope.
reason.
It's like Dexter. It's like Lost. Both like some of the hugest television shows in the world. And you know, everybody still talks about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
And The Sopranos.
And The Sopranos and The Wire and Deadwood. Like I go back and watch all of those shows like once every 2 years or so. Like yeah, and now I'm so black-pilled on entertainment media anymore. I think now this isn't any like political stance or anything or any kind of statement I'm trying to make, but I honestly think that the more entertainment that goes to crowdfunding and private funding by the fans, the better. I really do. I guess a studio gets a hold of something and money, and you know, pushing one thing one way or another. Like it just, it's like when you know something's gonna suck before it comes out, and then it comes out and it sucks even more than you could have imagined. And it's like, where is the money coming from for this? And then it tanks. And then they keep funneling the money into this hemorrhaging property that no one cares about. And like, hate watching is now a thing. And the more that hate watching becomes a thing, the more those executives are going to look into it and study it and figure out how they can make money off of it. All they care about is money, not delivering a good product. If delivering a shitty, crappily made product makes more money than making a good product, what do you think that they would do? You think they'd be like, no, let's stick with the good stuff that makes less money? Like, no.
We're doing it for the art.
The art of the deal. Such a bad show, so bad. But yeah, like a show that an entire fan base wants, and they're willing to pay someone $100,000 a month if enough fans are on board and get in the Patreon, and like the director is like, here is what we're gonna do. Here's a proof of concept. Here's a couple scenes. We are making a 1-to-1 translation of the book into a movie. No characters are changed. Nothing's flipped or swapped or updated for a modern audience or any of that crap. I'm sorry, the second that I hear that, I'm not like one of those like turbo virgin anti-woke beard lords on YouTube or anything. But when I hear something, it's like, oh, it's being updated, like the new Silent Hill, they're censoring certain things that are a little too intense or problematic or whatever. It's like, it's Silent Hill. The whole point of Silent Hill is for the game to be problematic. But yeah, like you hear this now from a company that's like, we're gonna change everything and edit this and censor this, and this was a little too triggering and blah blah. It's like, it is a fucking psychological horror film. I don't know. And then you hear like, well, we're privately funded by Patreon or Kickstarter or whatever, and we're gonna do a thing. You know, yeah, you're taking a risk there because people can rip you off on Kickstarter, but if someone truly has a vision that they want to share, then and you get to pick the exact people who are working for you on it, not someone that's gonna like sabotage the project or dumb down the humor, tone down the violence or the scary stuff. We know that this might be sensitive. Like it's a video game where people get their heads ripped off. I don't know. Well, like the feature in the new Dead Space game. New Dead Space remake is great. I'm loving it. But there are a couple of tiny little things that I notice, like, I know what someone on your team is trying to do by putting these things in the game, but as long as it doesn't like come from the take away from the experience, I don't care. Like the thing where it's like, oh, there are scenes in Dead Space where it's like incoming scene of self-harm. It's like you're literally walking through a spaceship of blood and guts and people with their entrails like pulled out and arranged into artistic depictions, but let's blur out and warn the scene of a guy bashing his own head against the wall because that's a trigger warning for self-harm. I don't know. I like stuff like that doesn't make me not want to buy the game. It's just like, okay, if there's really like the one guy, it's like, I'm perfectly okay with all these characters screaming and crying and getting their throats pulled out, but the guy banging his head against the wall, hurting himself, that's too much of a, no, I need that blurred out. Like, I don't get it. It's not for me. The feature's not for me. I'm not trying to like make fun of anybody, but I do think for a game like Dead Space, like censoring certain types of gore in the game is like, you're ruining the point. No one wants to play Dead Space for a comfortable experience. I don't know. Then there's the one guy way in the back that's like, I do. But stuff like that's not as big of a deal. It's when like the whole game starts getting changed or things are flipped around that like an overwhelming majority of the fan base doesn't want, but they do it anyway, and then the game sucks and whatever. I think that a lot of stuff is changed in games, and endings like Game of Thrones or whatever gets changed because some meddling executive comes in at the last point and they're like, but money though, this needs money, and in order to do that we've got to, you know, bend over and do it the way that Hollywood is doing everything, blah blah blah. And they're like, yes, money, and then they do it and it sucks and it flops and everyone feels betrayed. Same thing with video games. I would love for all video games to be privately funded. None of this like loot box microtransaction stuff. I don't mean to stray far away from Rex's point about like the ending of stuff, but it's the same thing basically. It's like when it comes down to money and executive meddling by meddling executives, and you lose the original, I don't know, direction of the original intended product. And I think if a lot of stuff goes toward private and crowdfunding, that's not going to be as big of a deal. As long as the person in charge of the product or the project or the production is true to their heart and they make the thing that they want. Exactly. That's why Puss in Boots 2 was great. And people didn't feel like they were, you know, being preached to about stuff. I don't know. I'm very sensitive about the portrayal of gay people in media too. I can be whiny and complaining about that. I never feel like I get the proper representation. As a gay man and a gay journalist. I'm a gay man and a gay journalist.
What did he say?
He said he was a gay man and a gay journalist. I have not seen Bros. It's just like, I don't know, it's like every time, I feel like every time that someone wants to surprise you with like, oh, they're gay, they end up butt fucking or talking about like, oh, our forbidden love, and there's got to be some redneck that tries to beat him up or whatever. The episode of Louie we watched the other day about the pregnant farting sister. Like I feel that was just like perfect representation of like just showing it but not giving a fuck. Sorry, I could ramble on all day about how some shows do stuff right and others do stuff wrong. This has gotten to where Adam is just like, oh, it's political guy. Oh, political girl. This is Clawfinger from the first Silent Hill, when you first meet Dahlia Gillespie in the church on the second morning. It's a little pitched down, though. I don't know. I want smarter stuff too. I don't think I could go back and watch that 70s show and get the same thing out of it anymore. Or even Family Guy. There's a couple episodes of Family Guy and American Dad that are really great. But I don't think I could just go back like, oh, let me see what's in the new episode. Ha ha ha. Like, nah, I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't know. I'm sorry to talk for so much, Rex. I don't get to talk that much.
You're okay. You're speaking from the heart, man. And I think we all pretty much feel the same way. I think just in the end, support the media that you care about.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
And if you
especially
hate watch
like
something, pirate off of bit. I need a little flute shanty thing, like just a little or some little thing, or you know, yar har fiddle-dee dee, just something like that.
I was about to say just only the yar heart, and that's it. Like just
we've
just
got us a map. Map to the box all filled up with precious booty. And then we'll say hooray. I've commandeered the verb procure. It's like, just, yeah, if you're gonna hate watch something, like Velma, don't like go subscribe to Netflix or whatever. I can't remember what service it's on.
I think it's on HBO.
Or HBO or whatever. Don't give them the analytics. Because the one thing that this has taught HBO, if they're looking at their analytics and they're high for Velma, is we can make money off of hate watching. Let's make another season. Let's make another show all about I remember when my biggest goal was to get an animated series on HBO, and now they're not even really a TV channel anymore. Or we put ourselves through the first episode of Velma, and it was just not good. And it's like, y'all want to procure a copy of episode 2 somehow, and it's just like, no, not really. It's like
I try to give all media the benefit of the doubt.
3 episodes usually.
Well, it's also like, if I see that it's trending all over Twitter, that everyone's dunking on it and hating it and everything, like, I feel like there's a good number of people that they form their opinions based on everyone around them.
Yeah.
In cases like that, or like their favorite critic, like on YouTube, they're like,
oh, guy on YouTube said this video game's bad, so I'm not gonna buy it.
So I should hate it.
No,
yeah.
No. That's why I like when you and me and everybody in here, it's like, all right, let's see for ourselves. Yeah. Fairview.
Let's give it a taste. Oh Lord. Oh no. And like sometimes we'll just like watch it in silence, and we might like poke one fun thing at it sometimes, but we let it wash over us first, and then we break it down.
I feel empowered making my own opinion about something and completely untethering myself. Or I'm like, oh, my favorite YouTuber said that it's woke garbage, so it must be woke garbage, so I won't play it. And then I'll go and like, well, let's see. And you know, sometimes it'll be like, I could see 1 or 2. Like, that's the thing, like nowadays it's just like, is it woke or is it based? Haha. And that's like all anybody thinks about, like when it comes to, you know, shitty movies and political stuff. But you know, there's a lot of things I like and thought were good that some people are like, oh, it's problematic, or oh, it's woke, or whatever. It's just like, like if something's good on its own merit, you know, I'll give credit where it's due. Absolutely. Fairview, the animation was atrocious, and the jokes were just basically a room full of Zoom meeting people kissing Stephen Colbert's ass for 30 minutes at a time. I wrote this, and it's funny because things. Current topic. Yeah, sorry, that dude. That stick of gum has lost all of his flavor to me. And it hurts. It hurts to even talk about Stephen Colbert, because I had both of his first books. I was a huge fan of the Colbert Report. I watched it like every day and laughed my ass off. And now it's and they got old Jimmy Fallon too. I hope that he's all right, but I'm afraid he's already drunk the Kool-Aid. I don't know. I still have a little hope for Jimmy Fallon, seeing the last second of his COVID vaccine song, where like you see the mask slip, and he looks like he's genuinely like upset and worried, and like wiping his face and just purely distraught on what just occurred. He's just like, oh, it's over. I've always liked Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Kimmel can suck a fat one, and all the other people are not funny, and they all suck. Except for the one old Scottish guy, and Conan left. Go ahead, sorry.
The thing is like, the people who watch television frequently and watch like that show regularly are very, very different than I would say like you and myself and Bubba and Greg. Like we tend to get most of our media on the internet.
Yeah.
And watching television versus watching media that's on like YouTube and like other streaming services are completely different. Like I don't even know what's on television right now that people are talking about like crazy.
This is what I said yesterday. The only reason that a lot of these shows are on daytime television is to keep old people attracted to the TV screen for the breaks when all of the medications get advertised. Ask your doctor if Politofartitrividol is right for you. Side effects include, like, you notice that on daytime television, on all these like CW shows and everything, all of the commercials in between are for buying gold and old people prescriptions. The same thing as YouTube, like all the famous YouTubers, you're not getting paid for the videos you're making. You're getting paid to get people to come to your channel and watch those juicy ads before they get to your video. And it's just like that with daytime TV. It's like, you ever seen Fox News? I turned on the television at my mom's place and just flipped over to Fox News, and it's like the commercials it's just buying gold coin, commemorative gold coins, buying gold, and medication ads. Like that's it. And what people buy gold and commemorative gold coins and have to like look at every medication that comes out? Old people. It's the only people that watch regular television anymore. Yeah, maybe you've got the eccentric old soul who's like 20 and they're like, oh, I love daytime television. I love UHF. All right, but like seriously, like 90% of the people that are watching that shit are like in their 60s and 70s and don't use computers. It's like, yeah, when like a third of your time on TV is ads, fuck's sake.
I'm just glad that we're living in a time now more than ever where you can just make a good show if it's on your mind. Like you don't have to wait. You don't have to like try and sell your script. You don't have to, jump through all these hoops and give an executive a BJ under the desk. Like you can just make shit on your laptop and post it up somewhere without someone having to stick their finger in your pudding.
The casting couch. Are people in your family watching the entire O.J. Simpson's court case? It's like, Dad, can we please? They're like, shut up, this is important. This is the trial of the century. God, that shit took like 2 years. I remember being in 4th grade and hearing about that. And then in 6th grade, and I remember like the teacher asked us all to write if we thought OJ was innocent or guilty. And this was like 1995. You could have an opinion back then that was against the grain.
I know. It's also just like.
But yeah, I was totally like, I saw everything on that dude. I was like, that guy totally did it. That guy totally did. I didn't care what certain people were in my classroom who disagreed with me or anything. Like, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, this dude, I've seen everything about this county. This guy. And now years later, after all the raised eyebrows and upturned noses at me for saying that, everyone's like, oh yeah, that fucker totally did that shit. Good God. He wrote that book called If I Did It, and then like he had to give it to the family of the victims, and they just put the word if on the inside of the letter I in tiny letters, so it just looked like the book was called I Did It by O.J. Simpson. Like seriously, that totally happened. It's the juice. Run, OJ, run. No. It's like let's completely ignore all the other stuff about him doing a literal armed robbery on some people to buy some of his memorabilia back at a hotel room. Jesus. But anyway,
I don't remember how far apart these things were, but I do remember seeing the OJ trial on TV. I was very young. Like
1994 through 95. 94 to 96?
So I was about 5 or 6 years old. I remember seeing that on TV. And then I also vividly remember the JonBenet Ramsey cases. Like those were also like that was another explosive thing at the time. They still talk about that. Like I think there was still like another special that was made, like what really happened. New evidence.
Man, I don't know. Shit's just crazy anymore.
Come on, Jim.
Just can't let it suffocate you.
Oh, did the weather balloon get shot down?
Yep.
Like yesterday or the day before.
I just heard about the balloon today.
Oh damn.
No, that's fair. I just wasn't sure if it was
I
yesterday or
read
today.
about it today. I heard a couple days ago, like, oh, Chinese spy balloon or something like that, and I didn't even look into it. So an actual F-22 went and like, I guess they had to wait until it floated over somewhere that didn't have a lot of people.
Yeah, it had like a 3,000 pound payload of like solar panels on it.
Wait, the balloon did?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was, they're like, oh, we are sorry. It was just for weather conditions, not at all espionage, as it floats over 2/3 of the United States. Where did it go from Seattle to Missouri or something?
Well, it came down in North Carolina, just off the coast, but I guess we became aware of it pretty early on, and it flew over a base here in America. So they quickly, I guess, made sure that it couldn't retrieve any important information. And then they shot it down when it was over North Carolina.
Hey, it got to North Carolina. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole other like controversy that everyone's really upset about, because
They let
had
him
to wait-
look at us the whole way over. We've been exposed.
Well, there were people that were just like, well, I'll shoot it down myself.
There are
It's
probably
like,
people
you-
going buying high-powered long-range rifles all
Well,
along
it's
path.
60,000. Like it's well above even where airplanes fly.
Yeah,
You really
yeah.
think you're gonna shoot it down, you moron? Like your bullet's gonna fall down and hit someone.
They're probably tailgaters like, we're waiting for the
Oh.
balloon.
I know.
Don't tread on me, balloon. It's in the fucking sky. It can't tread, you
So it came down and it spread 7 miles over the coast, and like they're still scooping up the pieces from what I understand, but like that's the other thing to consider too. When that's a 2,000 to 3,000 pound payload, like solar panels the size of like 2 school buses falling like that height and hitting water, you know, like it's gonna get completely obliterated.
Why didn't they just like poke a tiny hole in it?
Well,
I know it's like just take a staircase up there and stick a needle in it. Like I know it's not that easy, but I just think
it would make it so tremendously unstable if they did that. Like it could cause an even larger problem for it to come down too fast. Or
that's what I'm saying.
It
If
could
it's
just,
a
like,
tiny
break apart.
hole, it won't come down too fast. If it
Well,
comes down too
that high
fast,
up
you
with the
made the hole
pressure-
too big. I know. Like I'm imagining
it's-
exactly what it's made out of in my head, and I'm believing that that's factually true, and I'm figuring out a solution and going, see, there, your problem's solved. Why are you government people so dumb? Unlike me.
It's a situation like that where you come up with 9,000 like better ideas, but they're all probably just poop garbage. So, but I'm not a freaking expert. I'm just a furry cartoon guy on the internet.
Yeah,
but
I make Star Foxes.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Just we need a big spool of Scotch tape, and drag a big rectangle of Scotch tape over a part of it, and then stick a needle in it, and it won't pop. I remember that on Mr. Wizard. Wait, did like Chinese officials come over and be like, we would like our balloon back? No. Like, can we have the hard drive back that's inside of it? It's like... And maybe it was just a weather balloon.
I mean, we'll find out. But they found another one
Oh, we'll
of the
find out
same
what they're gonna
type
tell us.
over South America.
Yeah, they probably sent one to every country. At least it's not news about another YouTuber getting canceled. There's a new one every fucking day this past 2 weeks. I was just like, oh, Chinese balloon canceled for having the wrong views. When the Chinese balloon landed, it touched someone inappropriately, and now it's under investigation. Chinese balloon issues apology video. Victims criticize at the 17-minute mark. Oh yeah, the Mr. Beast blind people stuff. Well, that's the thing. Like anyone, like if I had a $10 million check and I gave it to a bunch of people in need, someone would be like, "Oh yeah, he's probably involved in the deep state and blah blah blah." And although that is a good thing to hide behind. Wonder what the next step in Kanye West's character arc is going to be. I'm almost afraid to think about it.
Do not care.
Well, I do. I'm worried.
You can be as invested as you want to, baby.
Oh, no, I'm only invested because I'm concerned. Like, although it might come to a very big head, bigger than his. Oh God.
I would like that dude to get some actual help, but other than that, I mean, I'm still not a fan.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I don't think. I mean, there's a handful of things I feel if someone does, it's completely irredeemable and there's no hope for them. But if Kanye is really just like off of his meds completely that he's been taking most of his life, then yeah, I could, you know, I could become unmad or unupset with Homeboy, because he's always like, I've always made fun of Kanye West, even when people told me I was problematic for making fun of him and that his music was good. I'm like, no, this dude's crazy. He's full of himself and he's hanging out with the wrong people. And now it's perfectly okay to make fun of Kanye and say that he's weird and crazy and hanging out with the wrong people. Just for completely different reasons than I was making fun of him. I'm just gonna get all of my news in the future from Almond Animations and nowhere else. He's getting really good with his 3D model animations too. I'm wondering where he gets all of those incredibly realistic models of all the YouTuber people.
I'll just bet he makes them.
I wouldn't be surprised. Have a good one, Orby. How's your animation coming, Rex?
Pretty damn good. I think I might redo Fox's mouth frames or just make them bigger. But
I haven't really seen any of it. Play it real quick. It's so weird seeing your characters' mouths moving like they're talking.
yeah. Mercy
Are you
killing.
mercy killing? Ugh.
How about a raw egg and some beet juice with Worcestershire sauce?
Oh, well, that's kind of what he says next. But
Wait, you're going that way?
yeah. Well, Wolf is just gonna be like, God, you're so loud when you think you're right, because he's like hungover. Look, we'll get the black miso ramen and some ginger tea, because that's good for hangovers.
Some raw eel and sriracha mayo and pickled century egg. I'd totally be up for some unagi rolls right now.
And
God, I've been craving unagi for a while.
I haven't had an unagi steak with rice in a long time.
Wait, they make steaks?
Yeah, it's just a big old fillet of eel,
I've only ever
With,
had
like, the
eel on a
sweet-
sushi roll.
dude. Yeah, they still put that sweet, tangy, like barbecue glaze over it too. It's so good.
Eel
I eat it with the
sauce.
skin on.
I
Oh
think
yeah.
that's just hoisin sauce, honestly.
Eel sauce is slightly different than hoisin.
Hmm.
I think it is.
No, you could be right.
Eel sauce is not as sweet as hoisin, but same thickness with fewer ingredients. Eel sauce is still sweeter and thicker than soy sauce, but since eel sauce is almost half soy sauce, it has a base flavor much like it. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Let's sausage.
I was about to say, are you watching a sausage video right now?
My favorite one was the KFC one, and he rated it 5 out of 5, so it made me really want to try it.
Dude, KFC is delicious because when you put it on your plate, it's already mixed together, and it's so.
That's what I
good.
do. I would just, anytime that I would get KFC, I immediately take the coleslaw and mashed potatoes, and mix them together, mash up my chicken, mix it in, and it's like a TV dinner. Everything in every TV dinner I ever eat, you can just grind it up into one thing. Like Hungry Man, the turkey stuffing, mashed potatoes, and corn. Yeah, I just mix that all together, and even with a little dollop of the cranberry in there with it. If I take a bite and not every single part of the TV dinner is in the bite at once, I'm not fully satisfied.
Have you had a KFC chicken pot pie yet?
No, are they any good?
Yes.
Damn.
Oh man. Yeah, you gotta treat yourself to that sometime. I liked them a lot when I was a kid. That every once in a while, my grandpa would just come home from somewhere and bring me home a KFC pot pie.
Come on, Jim.
How long have they been out?
Oh man. Let me see. $19.95. It has this like really thick, robust, flaky crust on top.
Wait, KFC's been making pot pies since '95.
Mm-hmm.
I only ever get their piecemeal, like their 2-piece meal or whatever. Biscuit in a
God.
2-piece. You know, the box, it comes with the mashed potatoes and gravy, the coleslaw, a couple of chicken pieces, whatever you want, and a biscuit and a drink. And I remember the first time I ever saw a spork was from KFC.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone is old enough to remember the drive-thrus of KFC. They were a revolving, spinny thing. I always loved to go there, drive-through.
I remember when drive-thrus had the 2-window system. Now it's just one whole window.
Well,
there was the
some
one for
places,
payment and then-
yes, there's still places here where you pay in one window and you go forward.
Every fast food restaurant I've been to through the drive-thru, they just turned that first window area into like a stock room. So it's always full of like
Yeah, there's always like the
napkins
back
and-
of a cash register and supplies that are just covering most of the window.
Extra straws and shit.
Yeah.
KFC customer shoots through drive-through window after no fork and napkin and bag.
Must have been just the very last time.
And now with inflation and everything, not getting napkins or ketchup in your bag is going to become so much more common. Good God. It's like, well, you didn't ask for a fork or a napkin. I was like, it's a fucking salad. Am I supposed to just, like, pie contest the whole thing? Just wipe my face on the fucking bag? Well, everyone else does. Look at over there at her. Just look over this lady just wiping her face with the paper bag from KFC. I was a firm believer in there should be 2 napkins for each main item of food in your bag. Like if you got 3 hamburgers in there better be 6 napkins. And now they're like, oh hey, don't put any napkins in the bag unless they ask for them. It's like, that's so shitty. You're contributing to the delinquency of people everywhere.
Yeah.
I think it's also just like a waste thing, because I tend not to ask for napkins or even straws.
Oh, so you're part of the problem then.
Yeah, I guess so. Finger food. You can't say finger food. You can finger your food.
My fingers are hungry, baby. Come here. Come here. It's up. My bad. I took a wrong turn. It's like, oh man, finger food. The original story of how James McLeod separates with his left hand. Ooh boy. Craziest nightmare I ever had. And I was like, that was the original first draft of how James lost his hand. Holy fuck. So I had a dream where I lost a card game or some gambling game with some alien shaman. Actually, I'm not going to tell the story on stream. It's I don't know, it's very body horror.
They'll see it when episode 3 comes out.
No, this is fucking retcon. I'm going to save this for some other, probably something for the violence. If it's something that's like really, really disturbing and problematic and triggering and violent and scary and traumatizing, it'll probably be in the violence. Mr. Fox censored. Oh, it's I bet because it thought that you were linking a website called mr.fox. Did you not put a space between the dot and the F? Because if you put mr.fox, then it'll think that it's like a URL that you're trying. Go to mr.fox, and yeah, that's what it was. If you have any kind of like letters, dot, letter, it's gonna think that you're linking a website. Come to Turkey, free game, no credit card needed. Play now. I was really loving listening to those dudes talk about what they think when you die and spirituality and all that trippy stuff and returning to the mother substance and all that. I was like, this is so cool. I love hearing these dudes talk about all this, and Greg's like, these guys need to lay off the glue, and I got all like embarrassed. I was like, oh.
I was in the shower and the thing that stuck out to me the most was when Matt was like pointing at his body. He's like, this is borrowed. I was like, damn, it's true.
Like the we're all made out of stardust thing.
I mean, that's not the deepest thing, but like putting it that way, like this is
love
borrowed
hearing
material.
I love hearing other people's trippy ideas of that stuff. Like not even religious stuff, just like cosmic, I don't know, Carl Sagan shit and stuff like that. I don't know, yeah, like some people think it's silly or kind of, you know, like what Greg said.
I mean, it's fascinating. There were just some
listening
moments
to
even
it.
for me.
Say what?
I don't know, it's like it is fascinating. There were just some moments for me where it's like, okay, maybe that's a little out there,
Yeah,
but I mean,
you
it's
gotta
not
remember,
a judgment so much as it's like
Shane is more the straight-laced dude, and Matt is more the shrooms man. Kind of like, I'm gonna play my shaman flute.
yeah, kind of getting that vibe from him lately.
432 hertz shaman flute, or whatever the fuck it's called. No, I like that though. It reminds me of my friends from Florida. I miss my friends. I miss being able to hang out on someone's porch and smoke a cigarette and philosophize about unimportant shit. But yeah, sometimes I feel silly if not everybody's in on the trippy stuff.
I don't feel silly.
It's like social anxiety. It never goes away. You just get better at not making it show.
Yeah.
It's like me anytime that like people come up and be like, oh my God, Fox in Space, you're the animator guy. I love your cartoons, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow, thanks. And then, you know, some people are like, I'm really sorry. I'm really nervous. I've never met you and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm just a dude. What are you talking about? Like, don't feel that way. I'm actually very normal and boring. And then I will go to a convention and see some famous YouTube animator, and I will instantly just be like,
yeah. I still feel I feel weird, but also happy when we go into a stream that you might rate or something and someone recognizes who I am.
It's always a neat feeling.
Yeah, like
but I also immediately feel anxiety, like I don't know much of this person's stuff. I've got to go look up some stuff so I can message them later and be like, hey, I saw this thing you did and I really like it.
Yeah, it's like it sounds like a big-headed thing to talk about because it's not something that a lot of people can identify with.
Yeah,
but having a huge I would like just having like a really large following and having people recognize you in other countries, even because I think that dude was in Australia and they're like, oh man, like obviously like the internet makes art and everything much more reachable to everyone, but it's just like, holy shit, like there's people in Australia who know about my art, and even parts of Africa and China and Thailand. Like
Japan, you got dudes like making coffee creamer art of your characters.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that was really cool. And on one hand, like I'm really jazzed and excited about that, but then there was always like that anxious, buzzy part of my brain that's like, this is bad. This is weird. Like, way too many people know about what I'm doing.
You have too much reach.
And
too much dynamite is making too much money. We've got to send them a message.
That's the other thing. Like, I think a lot of people equate social media numbers to an
worth.
income. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it doesn't help that there's those AI-generated websites like Emperor Tiger Star's net worth. Did you know? Internet animator AFoxInSpace's net worth is $800,000 US. It's like, dude, I haven't even made $800,000 in my entire life. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Say the same thing about like Emperor's like using his YouTube money to pay for college and stuff. They're like, net worth of Emperor Tiger Star, $1.3 million.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Oh my god. It's like, God, it's like
so
every
blown out of proportion.
TikToker's voice now. Here is a new trick from financial advisor Mark Cuban. Top 3 times that Mark Cuban failed miserably at the new financial advice of Mark Cuban. Listen this close to number 7. Or the girl TikTok voice.
Wow.
OMG.
He's opening the box to surprise the dog. He put his finger on the button and it made a noise.
And it's a video of someone pressing a button and it makes the noise.
He's pushing the button.
Even with my partable organs included, my net worth is nowhere near that.
Yeah.
A new devious lick.
There's just a lot of people that I know that, especially the ones that are close to me, that they might have like a very large following and they're making the art that they love, but they're just getting by, most of them, or they're doing better than most, I would say. It's just, I don't like that there are people that put them all in this bubble that's like, oh, they're pretentious and rich and successful. It's like, no. Like, it's that there are obviously influencers who are crazy rich and successful, but like, just looking at their profile isn't going to completely tell you what they're going through financially, emotionally, creatively. Like, there's that severe disconnect of what I guess might be jealousy or something. It's just that's part of the reason why I've been leaning further away from my Twitter account. Less so much because of all that, but also it's not a really happy place to spend my time online. I find
it usually isn't for anybody.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of people that I follow, a lot of artists that are kind of feeling the same way. They're like, I want to not rely on Twitter so much.
It's too activisty, and it doesn't matter which side. It's just everyone on there going, if you don't like this, get the... It's like all those like old man t-shirts. It's like, I'm a God-fearing man who has a problem with stupid people, and if you don't like that, you better back off. And it's got like the, you know, those fucking t-shirts that they advertise in YouTube ads. It's, you know, like a long t-shirt and it's got like a badass skeleton dude with a gun and a cowboy hat, and he's like, I'm a boomer, and if you don't like that, you better back the fuck off because this old man has more issues than Playboy, and blah, like the I don't know what genre of t-shirt that is, but it's just It literally sounds like the same shit on Twitter, but I'm into this, and if you don't like it, you better stay away or you're gonna get scorched, and leave
sounds
right
like
now. It's like, leave right now if you don't say psych, or if you think that this is that. It's like, all right.
Well, for me,
Sounds like
it's
a
just-
2-for-1 at the bait and
Old
tackle.
man
shirt.
yells at cloud.jpg or whatever. I don't know.
It's just the whole thing of like outrage is entertainment or engagement.
They're trying to pass it more and more every day.
I don't think that there's a therapist on earth that'll tell you that that's good for you. And that's what you should be doing with your time. Like, I feel like if you're just constantly focused on something with outrage and hate in your heart all the time, you aren't going to live very long.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you're not
think
gonna-
that shit's the cause of ass cancer for some people. I really do. I think.
Be an activist. Like, don't hurt
Yeah,
anyone.
have
and do
opinions
the
and
right
whatnot,
thing.
but you know,
It's just don't.
start your dialogue with, if you don't agree with what I agree with, you're fucked and get out of my way and whatnot. That's not how you start a dialogue with anybody. I hate going on there and finding like, oh, my new favorite artist. Oh, they have a Twitter, and I get on the Twitter and it's just a bunch of posts about Trump and Biden and like, oh, look at this idiot, look at this dumbass. They're at it again, everybody. And if you don't feel that way, you're part of the blah blah blah. And like, it's just like you draw Pokemon porn and cute We Bare Bears stuff and everything in between, and now you're on the internet like barking about the weather balloon. And how if you believe this about the weather balloon, you're an idiot. Full stop. With a clap emoji between every word. This is like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know. Twitter started out as just like a thing for celebrities to tweet clever stuff. It took me like 3 years to understand exactly what Twitter was supposed to be, even after knowing what it was.
It's just, if you have problems with anxiety, Twitter is probably not the best place to be
No, but it's like
spending your time.
it's like that sore on your lip that'll heal, but you just keep biting on it.
Yep.
It's like it hurts, but it hurts in a good way that I get endorphins or dopamine from or something. Yeah, holy shit, like the last furry con I went to, everyone was just so uptight and angry. Chips on every shoulder, chips of all shapes and sizes. That's like, I just want I really just want a con or something that I can go to that has less than 11,000 people, and people just hang out and like, I just want to talk about Balto and Robin Hood. Look at this magical lion that I drew. You could, like, the Dino Girl picture, or the Dino Girl episodes. You saw those, right?
Yeah.
It was like people like that, but, you know, like in their 30s with a fanny pack and D20s, and now I don't know. There's just drama and famous fursuiters and all that shit. I don't know. Having a costume is great, but used to, like, at a con, you'd see like a small group of people that had fursuits, and everybody else was just like artists and drawers and sketchers and guitarists and whatnot. And now it's just literally a fursuit convention. Everybody's in fursuits and stuff. It's just not what it was when I got into it. When it was better and cooler and more hip. Back when it wasn't cool to be cool. No. And, you know, like, what things evolve, fandoms evolve into whatever else, but that's the thing. Like, at the same time, if a fandom evolves into something that is no longer like lining up with what I got into it for, then it's okay for me to separate from it if I need to. I don't know. I'll always be in the furry fandom. I like animal people art too much, but like the public lifestyle part of the furry fandom now is just like, nah, I don't have that kind of energy. I haven't gone to a con in ages. I just kind of want to, instead of spending $1,000 on parking and hotels and waiting on elevators and shit, it's like, let me find the 10 people that I want to hang out with at the cons every time I go. 'Cause that's what I would do. I would just go to a con and be like, where's the same 10 people that I hang out with? And I would just hang out with them in their hotel room or at a party or play video games in the zoo or drawing area or whatever. And that would be my con. I didn't go to any of the seminars or events or, you know.
It all kind of levels out the more cons that you go to. I'm not even going to try and count how many that I've been to. I've been going to furry conventions since I was 15, 16.
Yeah.
So like more than half my life, I would say. And starting out, like, I wanted to do everything. I did all the panels. As I got older, I got to be able to drink, so I wanted to go all the party floors. I wanted to be super involved at, like, especially during that time, like, I wanted to be popular hot shit, you know.
Yeah,
but
same here. I did the same thing.
Yeah,
but
as you get older,
funny guy.
Totally. But you get older, your relationships get distilled. While some of them come and go, but what you do at cons, for me, like, what I like to do at cons is I like to room alone. I don't like rooming with 5 or 6 or 10 other people who are partying at like and to help balance that out, I might make some art pieces to put up in the art show to help make the con pay for itself. I make it like a vacation for myself. I'll get my own room. If I want to bring friends up, we'll all come up and, like, have some drinks. I'll bring a Nintendo 64 and my NES, and we'll just game and draw, and it's really relaxing. And I know some people have said, like, you go to a con to do stuff that you would normally do at home. It's like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. Like, it's great.
Different, and there's a different energy you receive when you're around super hyper like-minded people that otherwise live 1,000 miles away.
Mm-hmm. You create that space in such a chaotic thing outside, you know.
Dopamine overdrive, like excessive dopamine binge that you're on, because it's constantly just happy. I'm in here, friends, meeting online friends I've known for years and have never met in real life, or only met like once a year. That's why everybody gets super sad when the con's over, because the dopamine thing. And it's not just strictly dopamine, but it's just like knowing you have to go back to your life and all that.
It was awesome during the last Further Confusion that I went to in San Jose, California. It was when my presence started getting pretty big, and it was my first time being at a con since that had happened. And there were a few times where I was on an elevator and someone did the face check, the badge check, the face check, and they're like, "You're Dynamite?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." Like, at first it made me really nervous. I got that a lot too. But everyone was so sweet, and like, it was really awesome. Like, because I'd leave the elevator or something, and they would turn to their friends and be like, "Oh my god, that was Dynamite," and like that made their con. Like just that short little moment. And I really, and next time I go to a con, like, I'm not going to actively seek out those moments, but if they happen organically, I want to carry like a Starship sticker that I'm not selling or anything, and just like give it to them.
Yeah, like I did with the soap. That's just
there
are so many people who like looked at me funny because they thought that I was like filming, you know, trolling furries. Like, "You guys need some soap. Here, have some soap." And one guy was even like, why do you think I need soap? And I was like, no, I'm making a Star Fox cartoon, and these are for like and like as I was explaining it to him, he just walked away. Like, it was the weirdest thing. A lot, like, 99% of the other people were just like, oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Wow, is this from your cartoon? Wow. But yeah, there were like 2 or 3 people that I guess they thought that I was making fun of people. I told them, I was like, I was explaining to him, I was like, these are handmade by my mom, and they're for promoting a Star Fox cartoon. But you ever heard of it? Like, I was getting the wolf shaving soap out of my bag, and I looked up, the dude just left. I was like, okay. It was like, all right.
Bye.
Stranger at a furry con might have ADD, may have just gotten offended, may have had a friend be like, dude, we gotta go, come on, we're whatever. Could have been anything. It still upset me a little bit, but it's like, maybe they'll go online later and see what it was and be like, holy fuck, I should have gotten some soap. It's I don't know. It's I don't know. I've never been I've never been like the fursuit, nuzzle scritchy fursuit stuff was never a draw for me for being at furry cons or whatever.
Yeah.
I specifically went there to meet friends and hang out and draw and share cartoons and pictures. Like, I give a fuck if anybody puts a fursuit on. I mean, for like the first, I'd say like 5 or 6 years that I went to furry cons, anytime someone would come up in the suit, and there's like the unspoken rule, you never speak even if someone asks you a question, and it was just no, like, all of those soaps are long gone. I have a couple left here. I have like one of each still. I gave a couple to the couple that came and interviewed me for the hand-drawn documentary when I had my allergic reaction. And anyway, the first several years of cons I went to, I was just, anytime that they would come up and do the whole quiet, like, wavy and pet you thing and all that, it just took me back to being at like Mall Santa, getting my picture taken, and that like super embarrassed, like, it was just like that if mascots would come up to me at Disney World as a little kid. I'm like, nah, and then like, they're not talking and they're perfectly quiet, and they're picking me out of the crowd because we made eye contact. No, don't.
So then Matthew, go and say hi to him, tell him who you are, and it's like,
So it's like that. There's a little of that residual, I don't know what to call it, kind of fear or repelling from stuff like that lasted into adulthood. And yeah, for years, it just, the fursuit thing, I'm just like, like, so then, and also you have to remember, I'm gonna say something slightly sexist here. This was back in the 90s and early 2000s when only men made fursuits. And I just remember some of the first really good fursuit makers were all these chicks that were just like, oh, I do costuming and blah blah blah, and someone told me about the furry fandom, and they would like make one and it looks like something out of a Hollywood movie, and then immediately they explode. I'm saying, like, nowadays, like now that like everybody makes fursuits and there's tutorials and shit, don't go post me out of context on YouTube or whatever and get me canceled.
Well,
but like back then, like, yeah, it was just like, oh yeah, I went and got my mom's sewing machine and I'm trying to figure it out and blah blah blah, and then like, I can't remember her name, showed up on the scene and was like, oh yeah, I do quilting and I do costumes for Orlando and blah 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 and this other, and and her fursuits were like better than anything that anyone to that day had ever fucking seen. This is all completely subjective. This is all just like from my own personal experience. I'm sure there were like great dudes back then that made fursuits, but honestly, most of them were just, they looked like mascot suits from a basketball game. Like if you like go look at videos of Anthrocon from like when I first went, like in the early 2000s, very early 2000s, and videos of furry cons from like the late 1990s, all of the fucking fursuits just looked like baggy, shaggy basketball mascots that like do the cartwheels and shit on the basketball court at halftime or whatever. And then after a certain point, it was when some people who actually knew stuff about quilting and crafting and whatnot came onto the scene and blew it up and shared their knowledge. I was like,
It's like what you joked about earlier, which was true, about how people met me in person and they were like, "Oh, I thought you were a girl." It's because when a lot of like different like quality art was coming into the scene, it was usually done by women.
yeah, I remember 90s furry art. Everybody remembers 90s furry art. It was, it wasn't god awful, but
it was a very
it either
particular
looked
style.
like Tiny Toon Adventures or like old 1800s dictionary illustrations. Sorry, those were the two types of furry art back then.
It looked like
And then-
Schoolhouse Rock kind of characters.
Yeah, so like VCL, that's still online in full form. Or then the third kind, which is like what I drew, which was, 13, 14-year-old trying to learn how to draw and drawing every character from a side angle, always. Even when they're sitting on like everything. God, I still have some of my 12-year-old, 13-year-old Fox art. The Star Fox stuff I drew was pretty cool, but then when I tried to just draw furry art, it was completely separated from my Star Fox art. The way I drew Star Fox, like I thought of the original poster and the original characters. But then I got on the internet, and by the time I was like 13 or 14, I was starting to develop my style. I was just like, oh, furry art and magical fox guys with machine guns and bandanas blowing up aliens and the brief cringy phase where I tried to draw sexy stuff and it was like, I can't do this. Like, I don't know, I have a really hard time drawing my own characters in stuff like that if the characters aren't written for that too. Like the violence, there's probably maybe going to be brief implications of people having sex at some point or another, but I'm not putting groaning, moaning, climactic sex scenes in my cartoon. I hate that kind of shit. I'm not against nudity. I just don't like a scene cutting to two people just for a few seconds because some horny old HBO executive needs to tick some boxes. No, like I hate that and stuff. And then wiener, 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 wiener. There it is, nice and soft, not erect. Wiener, wiener party, wiener party. Oh man. Yeah, like I'm all for nudity and sex in a cartoon if there's some reason for it. If it's just like, well, this next scene it needs to cut to a sword fight, and it's like, well, before the sword fight, let's have the camera start around the corner in an alleyway of a guy doggy styling this fat chick, and they're both got giant mugs of mead, and they're like, yes, you fuck like your mother, or whatever the fuck Game of Thrones shit. Wow, that's actually no, that sounds like something someone would say in Game of Thrones. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so. But it's just the sword fight is the important thing. But let's start with the ass fucking, and just it starts on it with the and then it cut. Like there's so much of that. There's so much of that early on in the show. And it's like, I'm going to give my speech about betrayal, but no, keep playing with her ass. Anyway, where was I? No, don't stare at it, eat it. Well, no, wait, that's American Psycho. But you get the point. It's just like, I'm not squeamish about it. I'm not like recessive and like recoiling when it comes to stuff like it. It's just there's got to be a point. It's like breaking the immersion. You're in a super cool like this show. Like imagine Fox in space. Like hyper horny furries stay out of this one. But like imagine a Fox in space, like the story I'm telling. But then, like two of the characters that are together in the plot, like after one of these scenes, it's any of them you've seen here, it just cuts to them having sex. Like at the end of just, oh, well, would you like to see what Mother's making for Well, no, that doesn't. That takes us back to Game of Thrones again, like the fucking Folgers commercial, or whatever you watch this. Anyway, I'm trailing off, but like imagine like something like that big awkward sex scene, and then just back to the rest of the cartoon. It would, you know, yeah, of course somebody would be like, oh yeah, I really like Fox in Space now. Like yeah, stay out of this just so I can easily make my point. It's weird. It's you know. What I would probably do in mine, if it's implied that someone's having sex, I would probably have it right at the end of the sex. Like literally starting with the two of them, you know, from the stomach up or the chest up or whatever, rolling off of each other and laying back, panting and sweating and laughing and talking about stuff. Like that I would not mind. It's like I see nothing wrong with that. A little nudity of them getting up, you know, getting dressed or getting in the shower and having a close moment in the shower, hugging each other, stuff like that. Like yeah, I'm fine with that. But you don't have to do like you remember the second 300 movie? Even the first 300 movie had a little, I don't know. But God, that second movie where they fuck fight, he's like, give half your kingdom to me. And she's like, no, I will take all of the kingdoms and you and your armies will fall. But for now, let us bring pleasure to the goddess of Lesbos or whatever shit. And he's like, no, I will defeat you. And he tries to defeat her. They try to defeat each other by having sex. And it, you know, it does all that like 300 battle music, and the camera's doing all this bullet time around them as they're doing their sex special moves on each other. Does anybody remember that movie? My wife was overcome by the spirit of Lesbos. I had to pry her from the clutches of the bar wench. But yeah, the second 300 movie, that's like the worst sex scene thing I have seen in a movie other than I had to be the second Matrix movie. The tribal drum candlelight back and forth, and the drums climaxing right as they do, and then all the guys, yahoo! And they're like, ah!
You know where we are.
Or yeah, like the Matrix 2 orgy cake. That just, I'm sorry, but if a movie can be so great, and then one scene like that will fucking ruin it for me. I'm that much of a snob. Like the first Kingsman movie, which I thought was fucking amazing. And then at the end, he rescues the girl, and she's like, if you save me and do this, I'll let you fuck me in my asshole, or whatever. And he's like, a gentleman never, blah, 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 or whatever. And then at the end of the movie, he comes back and puts in the password to get her out, to save her. And the password, the key code that he types on the fucking password thing is the word anal in phone numbers. It's just like what dicking executive walked in the room when this movie was almost done, and it was like, we gotta have like a double anal sex joke, like with the main character, and it's implied that the main character gets some good raw booty from this girl that's imprisoned, and he saves her by typing in 2526 or whatever the phone numbers are for anal. And yeah, it's like, up to that point of the movie, I was like, this is one of the coolest new action movies I've ever seen. Like, holy fuck, like I actually like this, and I like Colin Firth and the, I can't remember his name, something Eggerson or whatever. He was like, it was a really good movie other than that. And it is, other than like, then it got to the end, it's just, what was it, buns, bottom. You sit on it, but you can't take it with you or something. Buns, arse. Well, I can't even remember what it actually was. I only saw that movie like once. Chair. Right, it's like you sit on it, but you can't take it with you or something. But yeah, go on Vimeo or Dailymotion or whatever the fuck and look up 302, I guess, like 300 Space 2 movie fighting sex scene. Or what, yeah, Taron Egerton. But no, I like him. I thought he was a good actor, and like that whole movie, the first Kingsman movie that he was in with Colin Firth. I love Colin Firth, Mr. Darcy, all the way. But he just, it like that, like even when I saw that movie and the end part of it, I was just like, that made me feel weird. Like I got pranked in the middle of a movie, like someone edited something into the movie. It almost gave me that vibe. Oh yeah, the second 300, the fighting sex thing. It is. It's filmed exactly like the fights in 300 were, where it slows everything down and then it speeds up. And yeah, Rise of the Empire. Yeah, that's the second movie. The first movie's fun as fuck. Yes, it's inaccurate, and yeah, there's a lot of sex and stuff, and the sex scene in that was kind of similar too. At least it was quiet, but they kind of did the speed up, slow down, intricate, focused cinematography scenes and whatnot. But it's just, fucking music and the Well, no. There's in the first one. I'm not talking about like the sex fight. There was a sex scene between Leonidas and his wife before he left for war. They weren't all moaning and going, and all that like music going in the background. It was just, you just heard like chimes and wind blowing, and like it was a little bit longer than I would have liked it to have been. But that was it. Like they didn't say anything, they didn't moan and yell out, and there was no corny music and whatever. It was just, quiet a love scene between him and his wife before he went to battle. And then in the second movie, like it was just this second movie, like I didn't even finish the movie. I remember the ship battle at the beginning, and then he goes to fight the empress of the other wherever place. It was so embarrassing. Like I had to watch the whole scene through. I had to see it through, but after that I was like, yeah, I can't do any more of this, buddy. It was me and my friend in Florida watching it, like I think it was like 2014 when it came out. Yeah, I couldn't. It was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. I just had to turn the movie off. I was like, if they do that again in the same movie, like I would fall out. I would sink into my floor. Like that one Adult Swim thing or whatever it's called. This house has people in it. I have a giant jug of water next to me. Where did Bubba run off to?
Shoot, I'm here. I'm just kind of fading out, watching a tutorial.
Yeah, narrator, that's the same way I felt. And people are like, there's a lot of historical inaccuracies, and they actually only have. I was like, did you see like the goat demon guy in the bad dude's harem, and the creatures and the spells and all that stuff? Like at that point, I no longer, I was no longer immersed in like a biopic about King Leonidas, the actual dude. I'm getting too picky with these eyes.
Just like their overall shape or their placement?
No, I'm just really nitpicking. It's probably just because I'm talking too much. I've talked more today on stream than I have in like a couple of them put together.
Yeah, sorry.
And I'm just kind of in a good mood.
Awesome. I am just tired as hell.
It is almost 3 in the morning here.
Yeah. I am going to go ahead and stop streaming my stuff, though.
Alright.
So you can go ahead and take me down. I'll hang out for a little bit longer, though.
Доброе утро, как дела? Как ваше утро? Ваше. Superman 4. А, ничего, ничего.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Что ты рисуешь? Blah. Sorry, I don't talk enough Russian. Что ты рисуешь? Что ты рисуешь? You know what that means, Rex? Or not?
I've never heard.
Drawing. Я рисую. You
Oh.
heard я рисую. Я рисую. Ты
I thought you were
рисуешь.
saying Russian in a very weird way. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Я сижу и рисую, как и ты. Так что мое утро очень даже ничего. Я пытаюсь. Извините. I had a dream about some other world where people came to mutate and you dreamed it, so you're drawing it. I kind of get the context. Let me try this again. У меня был сон о замерзшем мире, где людям пришлось мутировать волков, чтобы выжить. Это и had a dream about a frozen world where people had to mutate into wolves. Мутировать волков. Или волков. То очень хорошая идея для фильма. Холливуд. Нет, нет, пожалуйста, говорите со мной по-русски. Мне нужна практика. Каждый день. Я недостаточно тренируюсь. Тоже, что касается упражнения для тела. Я еще не видел Wolf's Rain.
I think you'd really like it.
I keep getting it mixed up with Wolf Children and Wolf's Rain.
Wolf
Both are
Children,
sad.
but Wolf's Rain I have not either.
Oh man.
Yeah, you'd think I would have, considering how old I am. No, I remember when that was like really, really popular in the what is it, early 2000s?
Come on.
Mhm.
Pre 2005, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was in high school when it was on. Maybe even middle school. I don't remember.
I heard so much about it, and I still know nothing about it.
It's really dark and gritty and not your neon-y kind of anime at all. It's
Good.
It's been a while since I watched it. I'd love to go through it again.
Yeah.
It's just a one season kind of thing.
Yeah. No, those are good. I appreciate those more than anything.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
So you could have the chin moving too, but if he's laying with his chin on the table, as neat as it would look, animating the top of his head moving instead of the bottom jaw would be a lot of work. And also it might not be in your style to change the size of the chin.
Well, I did it for Fox while he was speaking, but yeah, his chin is his chin is resting on the counter. I wonder.
It would be kind of like leaning toward the anime way of doing it, to just not have it moving there for that one. But in my cartoon, in my style, if a character was like laying there with their chin flat against the ground, they would either talk through gritted teeth, or like the top of their head would flop up a little. I don't know how that would look in your style though.
He's also kind of.
I think he would look fine just leaving it as it is.
Yeah, he's meek and hungover, so he's not exerting a lot of energy even to talk.
Well, speaking of low energy, I'm actually going to go ahead and put myself to bed.
Boo.
Yeah,
that's all right.
But I'll see y'all in a few hours.
All right,
Yeah,
bud.
see
You
you
will.
tomorrow.
I'll be here. Take it easy.
See ya.
Yeah, I've only been awake for 5 hours.
Mm.
I literally woke up right at 10 p.m.
I should be looking to get into bed too.
That's all right.
I sure got a lot done.
You changed something that make his arms look more like their actual arms now. I don't know, I saw an early version and it just made it look like Wolf was a pillow pet. I didn't see that the under, yeah, I think it's just the under creases of the elbow part.
Mm-hmm. I still have to put the, I wanted to add them a little later, but his jacket has like these like elbow things on them.
I think those were on there when I saw it before.
They were. Yeah. I just took them off because it was too much to get down right away, but that's a detail.
So what you do, you get all the basic stuff done first and move it all to the body, head and eyes and everything, and then just keep using the extra layers to add things like stitches and wrinkles and all that, so you can edit it separately from the actual jacket on every frame. And once you've got all those little extra stitches and everything, like exactly where they need to be, you can select all of those stitches and move them down to the body layer and add them to the body lines layer. And then it's like, okay, well now I want to animate some stains or like a hole on one of the sleeves. You go back to that now empty extra layer and animate them there, just so you keep it separate. You know what I mean? Because it's like you can set it to just like, here, I'll do it on stream here. This is like the body frame of Pigma here is already animated, but it's like, let's say I wanted to animate some like little cracks in his armor or something like that. And I can copy those and move them here. And if I want to move them around, they're on a separate layer. So it's not like this where it's like, oh, I'm moving everything around. And like they're completely separated, and you get them to look just how they need to on every frame. And then when you're done, you select all of them in multi-frame mode and you select all and just hit M and just choose body lines, and it will automatically move all of those frames. It'll flatten them, basically, like flatten with like it merges the layers. It leaves the extra lines layer, but now they're empty again if you want to go in and animate another piece of it. I don't know, just having all these extra layers completely separated. It looks overwhelming the first time you see it, but when you first animate a character and they're not talking and they're just like moving around, you really only use these two at the very bottom here. But I like going through and animating each part separately. Like just getting the outline of the head here done first. And now I'm going in to do the eyes, and I'm almost done with the eyes. And then after that, I can just switch to the mouth and do it, not having to worry about erasing lines from the other layers and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait till this part's done. I expected to be done with it last night, but oh my God, that looks so good. Just with the lighting and everything. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. That's
Dude, people are gonna eat this the fuck up. Have you decided what you're gonna do about the voices?
It's still just gonna be the Star Fox, like
the warbles.
The warbles.
Good. I think it's kind of like the creator Calvin and Hobbes didn't want to give his characters actual voices in a cartoon. He thinks that the people should be able to make up their own. I wouldn't want to voice them. I would like oh, you're welcome, or whatever. But like seriously, because I thought about it, like I run the characters through with my voices and stuff. Yeah, I could make it work if we had to do something, but I don't know. I don't mind having a voice for your characters, but I haven't figured out what they would be yet.
It's funny because I'll look at some Twitter comments that I'll get on some of my comics, or even on like other websites where people post my stuff, and almost every single post someone puts like, oh man, is it weird that I'm reading this in a Fox in Space's voice?
Yes, tell them to stop.
Tell them to stop.
Tell them I said stop. Just be like, yes it is. He says please stop. No, I get that a lot when people anytime I draw a picture of someone or whatever, like I instantly read it in the character's voice. I'm like that with anybody else's stuff though too.
Mm-hmm. I can't see anyone voice acting stuff for Louis, because I never really thought about it until you had just said it about Calvin and Hobbes, that I want people to insert their own voice and tone.
And there's going to be famous voice actors doing dubs like that one dude that you showed me. You should totally get. Was that Nako? Or was it that did the?
Yeah.
Like, I could 100% see him doing the voice stuff for the characters. If you went with anybody, and we used to be buddies on the internet like over 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you should he's got my vote any day of the week. It was a trip meeting a couple of the crew there. I went to a Team 4-star thing and just sat near the front for most of it. It was like that other one. I just like hung out and at the animator voice actor panel at MagFest. That was a neat experience. And I got up and I asked a couple questions like, what is the oldest program you remember using to animate stuff on a computer? And it was Jaxie and Tomar and Vivzy Pop and a couple other people. And one of the guys from Flash Gets, and it just was a big YouTube animator voice actor panel. And after most of them answered me, Jaxie was like, your voice sounds really familiar. Like, did you do a voice in something? And I had the mic, Yeah, it was like one of those things where you're in a line and you get to ask your questions and everything. And I was like, I voiced Fox and Wolf in my Fox in Space cartoon, and like everyone in the audience started like roaring and clapping. I was really embarrassed. It was a good embarrassment. It was like one of the Glorious
I know exactly what you mean.
Good. Like, he's like, dude, why don't you tell us you're here, man? Like, are you here for the whole con? Like, you gotta come hang out with us later. When the panel's over, meet me outside. Blah blah blah. And I was just like, gosh. And I
really
got to meet everybody. Like a whole bunch of other creators were there. I ordered a bunch of pitchers of beer for everybody. When I got there, they're like, oh man, we're already stuffed. They bring like these 2 giant pitchers of beer that I just paid and ordered. So I'm like sitting there like filling up my beer, trying to drink it to make it look like they were actually drunk out of and not wasted. I felt so dumb and drunk. But no, it was a good time, but I should have only ordered 1 pitcher. I was just trying, like, there was already a bunch of stuff there, and I just wanted to kind of pitch in. But it was cool. It was cool being able to sit with everybody and talk about stuff.
Well, I wish I could stay up later and talk about stuff, but my bed looks pretty good right about now.
Yeah. I'd like to go to MagFest again. I wish I had this done in time for MagFest this year. But anyway, if you're going to go ahead and hop off, I will talk at you tomorrow.
Yep. See you then.
All right, dude, take it easy.
And then there was one.
You've been staffing which con? You mean MagFest? And it was really cool that year because they actually paid for my room on Saturday night because I was premiering a Fox in Space episode 1 there. Hell yeah, that rocks. I was there 2017 and I was there 2019. You know, I wouldn't care about anyone. I always said that if I ever go to another furry convention, it'll like somebody else will have to pay for me going. But MagFest is like the one con that I would just like fly out and go to because it's not that huge and because it's just so expensive going to Anthrocon. The elevators, the parking, and waiting, parking, huge prices. Everything's like tourist priced, jacked up whenever Anthrocon's there. MagFest, I mean, it's in DC or around there. Everything's pretty much what you're expecting, and it's just. I haven't had as much fun as I've had at MagFest in a long time. It's like, if I had to pick my favorite con, not counting, like, shit, even counting the furry cons, I think MagFest has been my favorite. I went there for I think it was the 2019 when the Star Fox themed one. And it was a nightmare. I didn't get any sleep. A bunch of shit happened. And I was sleep deprived for like almost 72 hours, and I was starting to like get delirium until I finally just like hid away by myself and slept all night. Don't room with people. If you room with people, they'll keep you awake. Like I'm one of those people, it's like you go to a con and you're rooming with like 6 other people that are in and out of your room. I would lose my mind. I would be curled up in the shower crying. People going like, are you all right in there, dude? Just be like, then you get to that second wave where you don't want the sleep anymore. You don't need the sleep. No bed, no sleep, no sleep, no bed. And you're just really quiet, and that's the danger mode. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here. Just the fucking nightmares of rooming with too many people. But even so, the con itself was really cool. I just wish I could have enjoyed it more. 2017, I think that's the last time I actually had a lot of fun at a con, was MagFest 2017. I think those were the last two cons that I went to. So yeah, like the nightmare experience I had at MagFest 2019 had nothing to do at all with the con itself, just logistics and circumstances and errors in my own planning. But yeah, I don't think I'd ever go to a furry con again unless somebody was paying for me to go. Like if I put out a Fox at Space episode 2 and there's like a furry con that's like, hey, we'll make you the guest of honor and pay for 1 or 2 nights of your hotel, or like, they don't have to pay for everything, but if they could like comp me on the hotel room or something to save me a little bit on the horrible pricing of everything out there, I might think about it. That's for furry con. I'd go to MagFest on my own, really. I don't know, it's just, I've sucked all of the juice out of furry cons. I hate to say that. I knew when I was younger, I was like, man, when I'm 70, I'm going to be going to these things. And it's just like, I would if I still got the fun out of it. It's just so much of a hassle now. And it's full of so many people. Like 11, 12,000 furries in the same venue that was doing it for like 5,000. It's too much. I'd love to run a panel for MagFest, but it would have to be planned like a year ahead of time. But I wouldn't do a panel, not like a Q&A, ask me about my cartoon. Like, no, like I would want to do a bring your own laptop Blender learning class. And it would be 3 days long and 4 hours long every day, with like a free lunch break in the middle. I would order a bunch of McDonald's burgers or something. I'd have someone cater. Like, I'd pay for it. I like for that thing, for my Blender thing that I want to do one year, I want to cater for everybody and be like, y'all sit down, let's learn how to make a cartoon. If you're here every 3 days of the con for the 4-hour learning, you will leave this con on Sunday being able to make the same cartoons that I make, if you pay attention. And it would be totally free. I would even cater and pay for the food. Be like a couple $100 a day, just, some burgers and some water coolers or whatever. But just order a whole bunch of pizzas. That would probably be great. But yeah, that'd be a great thing to do. Music and Games Festival. It's MagFest. It's not a video game, but it is kind of related to one a little bit. Fox in Space and whatnot. Yeah, just no bullshit, no nonsense, no like goofy, ADD shit in between, or dubstep being blasted while we work. Just a cool, chill place for, like 20 or 30 people to I'd probably have it as a reserved thing. I don't know. Because if I couldn't do like 100 people walking around answering questions for 100 people. It'd have to be like 10 or 20. unless I had people helping me. If I had, like Rex and Bubba helping me going around answering questions for people, then I think we could do as many as we wanted. Beep, beep, beep. I'm trying to see if I can edit my affinity to where it doesn't mess up my frame rate. Putting Blender on its own set of processors. Or threads, or whatever they're called.
Excellent!
That means Blender is on the first set. Okay. And does it change? No. Oh my god, it feels like it made it worse. Inferno Ham, thanks for the Prime sub. Wonder why that is. Wow. Okay. Fixed it by unloading all the other linked animated pieces.
Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim. Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim.
So even when all those other grease pencil objects are linked from an outside file, there's still certain things that will get super slow. Like turning on and off this stuff here, the onion skins. So the file that I link them all from, I actually just renamed it and then loaded the file, and it's like, can't find all of the animation stuff. It's all missing. So I don't get to see all the other pieces of animation. The ones that still remain here are just single frames that I didn't need to see. Like, it's just a single frame of James there and whatnot. But other than that, it makes the file, the VRAM or whatever I'm using, I guess, so small that it doesn't have to process through all that shit. Oh, hey, Inferno Ham, I appreciate it. One frame of this cartoon, like at 5-10 seconds. Depends on what I put the samples at. And like for this shot here, let's give it a try. I'm gonna render this. It's still doing the post effects, add bloom. Yeah, 11.9 seconds. This is the final. I might not have him that dark in the final thing. It does kind of add a little bit of contrast to it. But yeah, this is the, and this is 4K, so yeah, 11.9 seconds. Not too bad. God, that actually looks creepy. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like it being that dark. We'll see. We'll adjust it. Out there.
Yes. Did Pigma Dengar come through here?
Pigma Dengar? I haven't... Is he on the train?
Running security. He went this way.
Jim, I didn't think...
What have you got for me?
I didn't think Pepper would send you.
How did you find these?
You don't have any friends, Jim. Don't think too hard about it. If you knew what Andros was up to, what he was really up to, you would have given those to Pepper years ago. Instead of hiding
I should
them.
destroy them. Right now.
You won't. It was her work. Just as much as yours. Geniuses. I dropped out and Accretions won. Jim, don't let it go to waste.
Pepper's no better for tech like this.
Maybe a little. At least it'll get you off the hook.
And onto a much bigger one, no doubt. Are you all right?
I'm fit. Just a couple days, no sleep. This is such an ugly planet.
And dangerous. I never learned to care for it. Go get some sleep. Des. Des.
Captain. Your friend looks tired. We were informed that you carry a sort of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim.
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim.
I got a couple of Twin Peaks tracks on my audio looper thing. I like showing this off sometimes. So what I'm showing you here is my FL Studio. If you can see that well enough. So these are just WAV files. Okay. I'll just pick a simple one here. This is a really quick one. And the whole reason that I have this is I like putting on just a looping thematic piece of instrumental music where I can focus and work. So like this one's only like, you know, a few seconds long, but oh Lord, what did I do with that? It's only a few seconds long, but I could still, you know, chill to this a little bit. And these other ones, some of them are like 10 minutes long, but they loop. The important thing is that they seamlessly loop. And you see it has the little loop points here, wherever it would, you can set them wherever you want. Most of these, the loop points are just at the beginning and end, but some of them not. Some of them has a little intro that you only hear right when you start the file. But yeah, Spotify is all right, but I like, this is all of these are songs from my childhood and my young adulthood and you know, even new stuff that I find, but it's all things that I personally get like a little bit of a drive to work on certain things. Some of them are better suited for action scenes. If you're drawing some like super stealthy stuff, or I don't know. And this is my pitch wheel. They're all lined up with the same like key of song, I guess. And they fade into each other if I time it right. But I've just, over the past year or so, I've been, every time I find a song that is like, I'd like to make a seamless loop out of this song, just leave it on for like, you know, 20, 30 minutes. It's like the same thing that people do on YouTube where it's like, you know, this favorite song for Mass Effect for 30 minutes. But it's just forever. It just loops endlessly. I don't think I know anybody that wouldn't enjoy listening to this for a long ass time. But anyway, you know. Or what song did I have it on last? Well, if you tell me like what the name of the thing was that I clicked on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. I wouldn't mind at some point, like setting up a Twitch thing where you can use a whole bunch of points to cause my FL Studio to change to one of these songs. That's the thing. You can request anything, but it's got to be in this list. I wish I could incorporate that, not manually have to do it myself. Yeah, like sometimes I'll just sit here and get lost and just try to like you know, have option paralysis or whatever the fuck it's called.
Shut up and eat your fucking fazoo!
Yeah. Well, anyway.
I see your legs.
Чего, блядь?
All right. Yeah, it's my favorite toy. Ow. And just put out a continuously updated list of all of the ambient loops in the background. 'Cause I like all of these. That's the thing, like you could pick anything on this list and I can work to it. But there would definitely have to be a cooldown for like if someone uses it, no one can use it again for like 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so. It'd have to be a long one. I couldn't sit here and have people changing my loop music like every 45 seconds. I'd lose my goddamn mind. Well, there's 193 of them so far. But it would be, you know, like exclamation point, jukebox, and then after that, the exact name of the pattern. Or, you know, I could have, you know, a random thing that comes up and says music change request or whatever. And it shows me what it's like. Oh, you want me to change it to this one? I could go over there and change it.
Come on, Jim.
I still have to animate him turning around, but I think I'm just going to do that on 2 layers, or just the body layers.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Looks pretty good. Oh, no wonder it didn't fill in.
Come on, Jim.
This is the character creation music from the original Demon's Souls video game. This takes me back to 2010, for real. If you just go online and type in Demon's Souls character creation music, I think there's like a 30-minute version you can play on there. This music is making me feel like my nose is far too big from the side. You'll have to find that slider on the left and fix it, creating the perfect front view of your Demon Souls character, and then turning it to the side and going, oh my God, what have I created? I see you've lost your way as well, tarnished one. I got a good, how about Island Sunrise? Or if I can actually get a list of these, or if I have to actually like type them out, that would suck. Let me see, 1 second. Yeah, I can't. It would be easier for me to just screenshot a list of all of them. Really. Now, this is not for making requests, but if you want to know like how many of them I have, it's a good bit. The Twitch side of that, absolutely. But for integration into FL Studio, no, I don't think anybody's made anything. Like my buddy said, if scripting exists in FL Studio, MIDI script, but not stopping and playing the program. So if I made a program that integrated and could play, if you know, something that could play these loops, it might work. I don't know, but I don't know if anything like that even exists. Keyed Canyon, I am shooting for a March 26th release date. I have about 34 minutes of episode 2 animated, and I've got about 2 minutes left to go. So if I don't get it out, March 26th is the 30th anniversary of Star Fox. So if I don't make it by that date, it'll be like within a couple weeks of it. I literally have 2 minutes left of my cartoon to animate. I gotta animate this little bit here, and then the final scene of the cartoon. After this scene, I only have one scene left to animate. Thank you for the follow, by the way. But yeah, like it's like 98% done. I just need to do the polish on the credits and whatnot. So yeah, if I don't make it out by that date, you know, don't go cancel me and call me a hack or anything. It'll be done around that date, but I'm really trying. I was, you know, busting my ass this week. I was on here 12 hours yesterday. That was insane. I literally streamed from noon until midnight and 1 minute. Yeah, this is the penultimate scene in the cartoon. It's a long one. It's really long. This one scene, it's like almost 5 minutes long. Let's see.
Des, did Pigma Dengar come through here?
Pigma Dengar? I haven't. Is he on the train?
Running security. He went this way.
Jim, I didn't think...
What have you got for me?
I didn't think Pepper would send you.
How did you find these?
You don't have any friends, Jim. Don't think too hard about it. If you knew what Andros was up to, what he was really up to, you would have given those to Pepper years ago. Instead of hiding
I should
them.
destroy them. Right now.
You won't. It was her work. Just as much as yours. Geniuses. I dropped out and Accretions won. Jim, don't let it go to waste.
Pepper's no better for tech like this.
Maybe a little. At least it'll get you off the hook.
And onto a much bigger one, no doubt. Are you all right?
I'm fit. Just a couple days, no sleep. This is such an ugly planet.
And dangerous. I never learned to care for it. Go get some sleep. Des. Des.
Captain. Your friend looks tired. We were informed that you carry a sort of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus. My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus. Come on. Come on, Jim.
Yeah, toward the end. The angles are all new. Do I not have any of these downloaded? Yeah.
Captain. Your friend looks tired.
Jesus, this hurts to look at.
We were informed that you carry a sort of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Improvised. Captain. Your friend looks tired. We were informed that you carry a sort of improvised shooting instrument. Please place it on the table and calmly step away.
I might need some help with that.
Your compliance, Captain. I do not want a fuss.
I don't want to kill you, Ekblade. You know I'm walking off this train.
My partner seems to think that
I know what he said.
Huge difference. All right, I've got the file back down to 90 megs. I've seen like 1 or 2 episodes of it. I'd like to have that level of production power behind one of my projects one day. No, you're thinking of the Daily Wire or The View. The Wire is a 2000s cop TV show about the drug trade in Baltimore, Maryland. It's a HBO drama television series. It's one of the greatest shows I've ever seen. I'm not like one of those like, oh, The Wire is the greatest TV show ever made, but it's definitely in my top 5. Top 3, really. I like Deadwood and The Wire. They're pretty good. Sopranos is good. HBO really had a great fucking thing going in the late 90s, early 2000s with TV shows. Jesus Christ. I wonder if we're ever going to get there again. Yeah, Omar was gay representation done pretty good. When did I see a change in HBO content-wise? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not like a regular HBO viewer. It's just I got those shows and I was like, these shows are amazing. Like, I realized they were all from HBO long after I realized I liked the shows. Like, I didn't even put it together. Like, wait, all my favorite shows are from HBO. I don't know. Obviously, there is a big change in HBO when, I don't know, at the beginning of and during Game of Thrones, maybe? Because remember when Game of Thrones started, I think it was 2010, late 2010, early 2011, I think. I can't remember. That was still when they were, doing real rough, very adult stuff. And I think after a bit, they went from a cable station to a streaming service. Streaming on the internet. Now all the streaming services are trying to get everyone paying $200 a month again for shit. It's like, oh well, Hulu has Terminator 2. We only have Terminator 1. Until October, then we will have Terminator 2. And get rid of Terminator 1 and give it over to Hulu. So you could solve this problem in the meantime by subscribing to both of our streaming services. They're only $10 each. Just like the other 7 that you're going to have to subscribe to if you want to see all of your movies that you want to watch. Lame. That was when I saw the change, when everybody started going, streaming services. Please I remember when Netflix was like $7, and now it's like almost $30 for like 1 or 2 televisions for like high HD stuff. I miss when it was just like $7 for so many years. And then every 6 months I would get an email from them, we're raising our prices by $1. We're raising our prices by $1 again. And it just kept going and going, and now I look at Netflix and it's like $29, $30 fucking dollars for their highest thing. And then like $20 or $15 for the little one with ads, or I might be exaggerating, but sorry, I like my physical copies. I have my hard drives of things that I've made backups of, legal backups, of course. And, yeah. Binge watch. Watch them all at once. Top 10 favorite streaming services. Top 10 favorite series to binge stream with a friend. Did you know Netflix and Chill originally started with Mark Cuban, financial advisor Mark Cuban, Top Gun financial advisor Mark Cuban, top 5 quotes. "20 genius things financial Top Gun advisor Mark Cuban says to do with your money." Click here, and when you subscribe, ring that bell, and what that's going to do is give you the top 10 financial Top Gun advisor Mark Cuban advisories in the past 6 months in alphabetical order. Number 7 will blow your mind. Am I done? Is this me done? It's like the male version of the female voice, the AI TikTok lady voice.
He's mixing chocolate pancake mix in a toilet bowl. She's opening the candy toy to surprise the baby. Look what happens next.
I'm sorry, I'm one of those crazy old bitter people that is probably going to end up in a cabin in the woods when I get older and just disconnect from the internet completely. I'll have whatever messaging service to keep in touch with all my friends and fellow animator help. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to be secluded somewhere. I am a doomer yeen at my core. I can't wait to put a Russian doomer character in the violence. In IT, working with James and Vodik. I still want Zach Hadel to do a voice of one of those characters. I don't know who he's gonna voice. There's a flamingo, a Z-donk. I wish I was cool like all the other YouTuber Let's Play animator people. I'd like to meet some of them, but I'd probably just be weird and quiet the whole time. Have a good one, Spy Guy. We'll see you around. I'm always so intrigued when I find some goofy streamer or somebody that's, known for being loud and funny and goofy, and then find what they're really into behind the curtain. Like some really deep music stuff, and they're extremely talented. It's like, wow, you're making a kind of music that people don't make anymore, or people may not have ever made at all.
Previously on A Fox in Space.
Pepe, James, it's been a long time.
Glad to see you're doing well, sir.
As you know, Dr. Andros was expatriated 2 years ago. He'll live out the rest of his days on...
I will immediately be moving to episode 3.
You sure that was the best plan?
Frankly, it's the best
You know,
and most
after a
politically safe choice I could have
week
made.
or two taking
Now
a
things
break.
are getting out of hand, and we need your help.
There's a limit to what I can do, sir. I'm not a marshal anymore.
Do you really think that matters?
With all
No.
due respect, I have no...
10 to 15 days is when I get to the point where,
You owe me one.
you know, of a vacation or something, I get to where I'm like, I need to get back to work.
Right then.
First, you're going to need some better...
Episode 3 will not be this long. This is actually 3 episodes in one.
You're both situated with something special.
But I decided to keep it as one big thing. What I'm playing right now is over 30 minutes long.
For a shift, right about now.
Hey, buddy. You got the time?
Yeah, sure. It's, Hey! Aren't you the...
Episode, I mean, I don't know. It depends on how much help I get on it. But I don't want to spend the next 7 years of my life working on another Star Fox thing. And then, like, hey, I'm almost 50 years old. Time to finally make my cartoon.
Quiet, big boy. We'll ask the questions around here.
Word on the street is space time.
I'm almost 40.
Coming out.
Well, could you be a little more specific? We got a lot of new ships coming out.
The R-Wing.
Oh, so you want to know about the R-Wing, eh?
Yeah, you better tell us all you know. Or else.
Or else what?
Or else the can opener here gets it.
What are you guys doing with Rob 64?
Oh, we found him.
Found him?
Supplies delivery for Rob 64.
Are you, Rob?
Affirmative. Although my records do not show any scheduled delivery.
Whoa, hey. Leave Rob out of this.
Start talking.
Okay. You've made your point.
Oh God, and I've still got to do the rest of the credits here. These credits will take me like a day or two. I'm not worried about that. Kind of, yeah. If I had to say yes or no, yes. This is from the violence. I have some other stuff like that I'm working on with some character designs. Some of the hyenas on the submarine and whatnot.
So what was Titania? Now, if you don't want to talk about it...
No, it's fine. It was just a long time ago.
Some of the other characters.
I made a mistake.
It's not all just hyenas. It's
That'll
just
make
they
it go
they
away.
band together later in the show.
And that's why you owe
It's
one.
mainly going to be about this guy.
Something worth sending us to Venom over.
You don't have to go, you know.
Underground,
Now, Jim, I didn't mean it
dystopian
like
future
that.
city.
I just
He's an IT
I have a
guy.
bad feeling on this one. I think you do too.
And, like, too much to explain, really, but it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen.
Really is until we're
I will
right in the
promise
thick of it.
that. On my name, on my word, on my reputation, it'll be a cartoon like nothing you've ever seen.
There shouldn't be a rock propping the front
I don't know
door
if that's going to be
either.
good or not. Hold on, Yeen sketches.
Wait a minute. What?
You didn't use Nova Bomb.
I just scrubbed the shower 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
Mainly about this dude, this guy.
Use Nova Bomb.
What?
I win.
I can't believe I lost a scout.
I'm
sorry, Farah, but I know a bad idea when I hear one.
And telling my dad is a bad idea.
A horrible, life-ruining disaster of an idea.
Just because he's running for premier.
Yes.
That's a cop-out, dude. It's not like he's already some kind of big deal.
We both know he's gonna win by a landslide.
Is it your bad boy persona?
My what?
Are you afraid of...
Look, I'm just not Cornerian Premier's daughter's boyfriend material, Farah. And when he gets in office, you know he's just...
You've never even met him. He'd love you.
He's probably gonna hook you up with some dandy cadet.
A dandy cadet?
Yeah, a dandy cadet.
Okay, that's it. That's gonna be the name of my first ship.
You better not.
Am I staying over?
Just until your old man gets back from whatever the hell he's doing.
Where did he say he was going?
He didn't.
A horrible, life-ruining disaster.
It's ill-advised at best.
You know I love you, right?
I'd like to think so. What do you say we get out of here?
See, why can't you be sweet like this all the time? I'm just gonna put you in a dumpster.
Get your hoodie on. The violence.
What's up?
And that little ditty is... Let me rewind that real quick.
I'm just gonna put you in a dumpster.
Here.
Get your hoodie on. The violence.
That's actually part of the theme song from the show.
Why does he have to stay here every
Hart
time
did a
his
little
jet flies off?
NES music thing for me for it.
He's on level 9.
Yep, that's the music.
Huh. Well, it's now or never.
Hey, where are you going?
Just taking Farah up to the base, Dad. She's got PT this weekend.
Where are you going?
Just out to drop her off. She's got Army stuff to do.
With her eyelashes done up like that? Who do you think you're kidding?
Dude, we got busted.
You got us busted.
Y'all can go, I don't care. You got money?
No, actually.
What'd you do with that 20 I gave you?
I got my hair done, remember?
Boy, you didn't get your hair cut.
Styled, Dad, not cut. What do you think?
What do I think? I think I paid that fairy $20 to run his fingers through your hair.
Dad, what the hell?
It looks exactly the same. You know what? Just forget it here. And take him with you when you go. You mind playing chaperone? Gotta catch up on my stories.
Okay, just let me find a save room.
Oh, Dad, come on.
Don't you start.
But we're just...
Now you listen, and you listen good. If you're gonna stay here to get away from that crazy woman mother of yours, you're gonna have to follow the rules. You do know what rules are, don't you? Oh, now isn't that such a pretty face?
Well, I'll just play to Act 1.
You know he always does this when he doesn't get his way.
I'll stop after the first third is over, and I'll mute it.
Hello?
Glad you could join us, Rob. Your friend Beltoni here just spilled his guts about the R-Wing.
Beltino, you did not tell them about the G diffuser, did you?
No, Rob. You just did.
I did.
You did.
spill it.
Oh dear.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh. Oh, God. Sonny, I can't feel my face. Oh.
Is that
Sonny,
a slingshot?
I can't feel my
What?
face.
You're gonna put my eye out? With a rubber ball?
They'll be picking it out of the wall behind you if you cut him.
Oh. Oh.
Whatever happens, it's going to be your fault.
Oh.
All right. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna...
You're going to leave.
Yeah.
Sonny.
Dude, get up.
Oh, God. Oh. Oh.
Easy, guy. We're leaving.
You all right, Jim?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Did they really come here on a scooter?
Well, without any further attempted corporate espionage, we gotta get you two in the air. We don't have a lot of time. The controls are exactly the same as the old asteroid cutters we've all flown, but the R-Wings got a lot more speed and firepower. Better cruise, stealth, not to mention my G-diffusers. And in the extremely unlikely case that you'll encounter a threat before landing, I've upgraded the hardpoints with gimbal cannons.
Gimbal what?
Gimbals, Peppy. They let you freely aim your shots even if you're not flying in the same direction you want to shoot.
I don't think I want that. Can I turn that off?
Toggle switch behind the triggers if you just want them fixed.
My man.
You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of the year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long.
I'll be all right.
We'll be fine, Bell.
Okay, stand by. This encrypted channel does not exist. We are not using it. Do you both understand?
Yes.
I understand.
Great, because I'm going to play a message that wasn't left with someone's secretary this morning.
Pepper, it's Koba. I found him. What you want? I've got him right here. I'm gonna take the tack line all night tomorrow night. Tripmaster's the only railway left with no surveillance. That's the Venoma City Loop at 111 local. You want...
Do you want me to play it again?
No.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging.
You're both reinstated at your former CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork and uniforms. Whatever Koba's got for Pepper, you take it, ride the train until it loops around again, get back to your R-Wings, and fly home.
My cruise is charged. All right, Bell. We're ready.
Okay, I'm closing the channel now. Good luck.
Come in.
Message from the scout, sir.
They're on their way.
Cruising, sir.
I suppose this was inevitable. Is Mrs. Reese enjoying the new Krista?
Absolutely, sir.
Yes, the KWX is the most spacious. You'll let me know if it's not enough.
We are forever grateful, sir.
Well, you keep your nose clean. Do your job. And this will only be the beginning of good things.
Well, that's the first third of the episode. And that right there, what I just played, is already 2 minutes longer than episode 1. That was over 15 minutes, what I just played. And that's like, that's also including the intro and the credits and the previously segment, which I don't consider a previously segment because it's all brand new animation, just like the first episode. So people are like, well, you can't count the previously recap. I was like, yes, I can, because none of that was reused footage from an older episode. There is no episode 0. But anyway, yeah, that's Act 1.
Can I see your legs?
Oh, thanks, Million Dog. Sorry, I just caught that. Thank you for the follow. Sorry if I missed any of those. I do. It's a Spotify list. I haven't updated in a while, but I haven't really listened to any new music in a while. I believe this song is on that list too. I don't know. Maybe not. Well, shit. It's on there now. Yeah. A lot of stuff that I like is on that list. I've been making that for a few years. Yeah, my Patreon is not for this cartoon. My Patreon is for my streams and Blender tutorials. If the Patreon got shut down tomorrow and I had to get a job at Walmart or something, the Star Fox cartoon would still be made whether people gave me money or not. Same thing with the first one. Now, when I switch over to the violence, my stream, or like I might stream less. And the legal distinction. Well, this is the thing. My Patreon was originally for the cartoon, and it got shut down. I changed the name of the cartoon and then stated that now everybody, just so you know, this Patreon is for my streams and video editing tutorials and Blender tutorials. And it is, like, I do all that shit every single day on my stream. And I tell everybody on there, whether or not you support my Patreon, my cartoons still get made. This money is not for my cartoons. It is to keep me streaming and teaching people how to do what I do in Blender. And that was 7 years ago, and it hasn't been taken down yet, so... And it is the truth. It's 100% true. If I lost my Patreon, I would stop streaming, but I would still be working on my cartoon. The main reason I wouldn't have 12 hours or 4 hours or 8 hours a day to stream, I'd be too busy working my regular job.
Come on, Jim.
No, not at all. I've talked to a lot of other fan game maker people that like making Nintendo fan games and stuff like that, and I tell them the same thing. If you have anything set up for receiving money, it better not say that you're receiving money for making a product that's by a copyrighted whatever. And also, if you're going to make a fan-based parody thing, do not include the name of their IP in the name of your thing. And people who get in trouble with Nintendo usually break either one of those two rules. And it's like, well, what about the Hero of Time Zelda movie? Like, it didn't say anything about the name of Legend of Zelda or Link in the title. It was just Hero of Time. It's like, yeah, but they were charging money at a local theater to as like a big deal and whatever. And that's when Nintendo was like, nope. I think that's how that went. That was like 6-7 years ago. Another Metroid 2 remake. If he called it the Bounty Huntress from space or whatever, probably would have had no trouble. Probably would have had no trouble with any of it. Or Super Mario Brothers Z or whatever. Like, it was literally called Super Mario Brothers, and then they got in trouble. They called it something that did not have the name of the IP in it. I don't think they would have had any real pushback. These people make little fan games all the time. I mean, it just it really depends on the parody and the fair use stuff and all that. But for me, like, I just stay completely honest. Like, the Patreon is so I can keep streaming. What I work on the stream, you know, it's not always this. A lot of the time I'll go off and segue into another Blender tutorial at least once a stream. So that really is what the streams are for.
Excellent!
Thank you, Digisnack. Appreciate it. I can't wait. I've got one more scene after this one, and then I can clear my hard drive, upload episode 2, and just have a brand new, I don't know, workflow for everything. Just fucking Blender, and then DaVinci Resolve or whatever non-linear editor thingy I use to just process what's rendered. Thanks, Digi. I appreciate it. Always trying to keep it interesting.
Come on, Jim.
I absolutely think a Fox in Space counts as parody. Like, a parody doesn't have to be 100% laughs and goofy shit the whole time. And if it really came down to it, like if Nintendo really twisted my balls over it, I would just go and recolor all of the characters and redo the voice acting, and where I don't name names and all of that, and make it really goofy and add silly music and stuff, and be like, all right, there you go. It's even farther removed. I have a contingency plan in place for that, but I don't think it's a big deal. Just keep in mind that the very first Patreon I had, the cartoon was called Star Fox the Animated Series. I was very boldly expecting to one day get it pulled down, and it was the weekend after Vinny Vinesauce gave me a bump on his stream. It was like a day or two after he did that, it's just gone. Besides, I think the most viewed animation on the internet is that Flash Gets cartoon called Racist Mario. If that can exist on the internet and not get taken down by Nintendo, I think I'll be all right. Or if I start just doing a Fox in space porn or something like that, then they'd probably be like, yeah, no. Not that I would do that. But like you said, they have bigger things to worry about. Y'all remember the Super Hornio brothers? The Ron Jeremy Mario porn that Nintendo bought every single copy of and the rights to so nobody would ever see it.
Come on, Jim.
I guess you could technically say that the Mario porn sold out. So, every copy was sold. Wait, you... All right. Super Hornio Brothers and Super Hornio Brothers 2 are two 1993 pornographic parodies of the Super Mario video game. Film gained new interest after a write-up by Something Off Review. Nintendo bought the rights to the films to halt their distribution. I guess it wasn't Ron Jeremy that starred in it, but Ron Jeremy did a Mario Brothers photo shoot. Nope, never mind. Ron Jeremy was in it. My bad. I take it back. Buck Adams, TT Boy, Don Fernando, Ron Jeremy, Christy Lynn, Chelsea Lynx, and Kitty Young. Super horny programmer Squeegee Hornio, based on Mario, and his brother Ornio Hornio, based on Luigi, are teleported into Squeegee's in-development PC game after a freak power overload. After regaining their bearings, Squeegee figures out and explains to Ornio that they are stuck in the black void of a computer monitor when it's turned off. A computer virus informs the brothers that King Pooper, based on Bowser, has kidnapped Princess Perlina. King Pooper intends on forcefully having Perlina help him travel to Earth with a tub full of semen energized by a special generator. And it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. Good God. I'm sure you can find it somewhere.
Come on, Jim.
Let me go see if there's any of that sushi left on BRB. Yeah, look it up on Wikipedia. Yeah, I said I wanted a 6-episode first season. And that was before I realized it would take me years to make each episode. I have all sorts of adventures lined up for the Star Fox team and the extra characters, but after a little bit I realized, like, I don't want to spend the rest of my adult life sneaking and animating a show about characters that aren't even mine. Episode 3 will be basically, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes long. I'd like for all of the episodes together to be like an hour. First one's almost 15 minutes. This one's over 30 minutes. So if I can have the combined runtime of all 3 episodes to be 1 hour, that would be pretty neat. I think an OAV or an OVA or whatever the hell it's called. Well, this was always meant to be 1 episode. I just think it's neat that I could split them into 3 acts. I didn't originally have it in different acts. It was just going to be 1 long thing, but I was like, no, I think I can split this into 3 pieces. And they are, like, each piece is about 10 to 15 minutes long, give or take. And I thought about it, like I said yesterday in the stream, I asked everybody, like, do you guys want me to release it as those episode pieces, or you want me to wait until it's all done in like a year? And most of the people said, wait till it's all done. But no, the episodes I had planned, like, I had completely different, fully contained stories for each episode. I don't even remember what they were. Fox in Space episode guide. Here we go. Oh, this is literally the 6-episode episode guide. Holy shit. When did I make this? This is probably right when I was working on episode 1. It's like, I'm gonna do this for the rest of my life. Notepad. Yeah, here you go. This was the original idea. the entire like 4th episode that's just about Wolf O'Donnell visiting his family at a family reunion. Jesus Christ. Oh wow, it's weird stuff flooding back to me now. But yeah, if you're wondering how season 1 of A Fox in Space was gonna go, this was it. So yeah, it's just gonna be these 3. It'd be a giant robotic thing. I wouldn't actually have him like grow into a giant head or anything. Wolf getting hounded by his mom for taking the crust off of his sandwiches. So yeah, after episode 3, I'm gonna move on to my cartoon series called The Violence. I can't wait. I wish I could skip episode 3 and go straight to it, but I wish I still had the family reunion pictures of Wolf and his family. I'm sure they're around somewhere. I did draw what the Hot Rodders will look like in episode 3. Don't quite know who's gonna voice who yet, but I can't find the family reunion picture. Oh, let me find some of these. A lot of images in here to show. I have all of the driver's licenses. I've shown those before. Let me see. Some of you haven't seen them, so let me pop them up here. Yeah, it just, I realized that, like, if it's going to take this many years to make these episodes by myself, I don't want to spend the rest of my life making an animated fan fiction of someone else's work. Good Lord, what old stuff. La Pasión. Yeah, these guys are going to show up in episode 3, and lady. Not sure how big of a role they will play. Yeah, I wanted to make my own Star Fox cartoons ever since I was a little kid. When I was like 9 years old and the game came out, that's all I thought about. I was like, I want to make a Star Fox cartoon. This would make the best TV show ever. Not an anime, not a live action CG whatever, but like a cartoon, or at the very least something like The Dark Crystal, but with Star Fox characters. Driver's licenses. These are actually canon for my thing. These aren't just like, these are actually, one of these is actually, like, I think Falco's is on the desk in episode 1 and it's expired. It's got a little post-it note and it says renew license on it if you look really close. Oh, yeah, never mind. Okay. Yeah, the Hot Rodders were from the comic book. Farewell, Beloved Falco, I think. It's the same comic that Captain Shears is from. He's already in episode 2. All the different signatures. They're all donors except for Falco. Then ain't nobody getting my stuff. He's like, man, if I go in there and there's somebody else that needs my heart and my lungs, they're gonna take priority. Nobody's getting them. I'm taking them with me. Yeah. Oh my God. Wolfgang Seamus O'Donnell. Oh my God, old live stream posters. Oh yeah, and then hold on. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, jeez. And some plainclothes pictures of Fox and Falco. Weird high-detailed standby thing. It's one of the very first official Fox in Space renditions of Fox McCloud right there. That's one of the very first. Wolfgang Seamus. Oh yeah, the picture where, like, season 2 when they're all 10 years older, like Wolf is almost 40 and he's knocking on Farrah's door to apologize for what he did, and Panther is his wingman. And he has to, you know, like, oh my God. He's getting ready to knock at the door, and Panther runs up really quick. He's like, remember, Wolf, la pasión. And then he, like, runs and goes and hides in a bush to see how things go. She answers the door, and Wolf's like, you, flowers. He hands the flowers to her. He just says, what? He's just like, flowers. Panther's plain clothes when he's not in his, like, crazy battle armor flying a spaceship. Yeah, Panther wasn't going to get involved until later, but I think Wolf is going to meet Panther in episode 3. So episode 3 kind of leaves with the whole, like, hey, it leaves things open for opportunities for characters to get to know each other. And maybe join a team. Maybe Wolf has lost his chances with Farah, but maybe he's got a chance with the blue fox chick that he sees at the bar. Yeah, I have a better idea. That was when the cartoon was still going to be like kind of goofy. And some people got really upset. Like I said, I'm extending an olive branch to the fanatic Crystal people. Like the regular fans are like, haha, whatever, but like some of them are like, you can't do this, like you shouldn't, it's wrong, and you know, like the Chippendale people, but that's all right. I'm extending an olive branch. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to do any more trolling. Not that I really did much. I just asked a couple questions on Reddit, and now I've got like 2 people that follow me around telling me I'm garbage every time that my name pops up. Not quite at boycotting levels yet, but like I said, I'm going to put Crystal in it. She's going to be a good character. And if they still don't like my cartoon, then oh well. At least I tried.
We did a little trolling. We do a little trolling.
I'm feeling fine.
Come on, Jim.
I have lost a finger and jobs, but I have found a friend.
Come on, Jim.
Сейчас все спят, и никто не сможет сказать мне «стой». Сейчас я совсем другой. Я покажу тебе ночь. Golf games? When was the last time I liked Wii Golf? Wii Golf was all right.
Come on, Jim.
Wii Golf was a lot of fun. I miss Wii Sports. I had a Wii and played a lot of games on it, but the one game that almost never left the disc tray was Wii Sports. If they had just put out a console, like a much cheaper console that was literally just a plug and play with Wii Sports extended, like those, you know, those flea market things you get that just plug into the video and audio, the RCA plugs on the front of the TV with like 99 games in one. If they had made that with the motion controllers, even if they were just like cheap plastic versions, and just sold them with Wii Sports, you could sell that now. Everything in Wii Sports was fun. Even the golf. The golf was relaxing. But seriously, everybody loved Wii Sports. The Nintendo Wii was great. We got one on release. You know, like they do the Nintendo Mini and the SNES Classic and all that. They got to do one of just Wii Sports. I think that would be awesome. Wii Sports is the 4th best-selling game of all time. Yeah, I believe it.
Come on, Jim.
Yeah, another place where Nintendo got a lot of money from the Wii is retirement homes. Believe it or not, there are shit tons of retirement homes that have Nintendo Wiis in them with Wii Sports and stuff on them.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Getting there. Yeah, Wii Sports, like if I don't know, if you weren't there like right when it came out, like that was enormous. The Nintendo Wii was fucking crazy. It was sold out for almost 2 years. It was like almost 2 years you had to wait before you could just see them on shelves in stores. It was insane. Same thing with the PS3s.
Come on.
Imagine a video game console selling 177 million consoles. Jesus. All right, WAF, have a good one. We'll see you around. I played World of Warcraft back in like 2008. Yeah, 2008 through 2009 a little bit. But I don't know. If it's not an MMO, I can come back and keep playing a game like once every couple of years or something like that. World of Warcraft. I don't mean to directly hate on anybody who likes the game. Like I said, I played it for a while myself. But I don't know, after the Death Knight Lich King upgrade, for me, the gum just started to lose its flavor, I guess. It's just like I'm getting a pattern here, and it's like, there, we got your character up to level 85. Now let's start a new character. And yes, it's a huge game full of adventure. I just kind of got tired of like running up to enemy and hitting 1 1 1 1 1 4 1 1 1 1 5 4 1 1 1 1 4, you know, or click 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 4 or whatever, and it's, I don't know. It's like Diablo. Like I'll get halfway through the new Diablo game, just be like, I'm good.
on, Tim.
One thing I want to do when I finish episode 2 is take an anatomy drawing class, because I'm too old to not be drawing anatomy as good as I could be. I'd still have to play the old one. Sounds like if I became a Twitch streamer.
Famous YouTube animator plays as Among Us character voice acting Wolf O'Donnell from his animation. Click here for more.
Congratulations. You've won. Click here to receive your free Xbox 360.
Yeah, I still though I don't really consider myself a Twitch streamer. Not like the core definition of it. Like I went back and forth from YouTube to Picardo and then back to YouTube, and now I'm just on Twitch. I mean, yeah, technically, literally, I am a Twitch streamer, but like just the whole, you know, like, oh, get the thing, and here we go, like, get in the chat, guys. Can we get it? Like I don't think I could make it as a famous one, I guess. Like I put my stuff on YouTube, but I don't consider myself a YouTuber. When people are like, what do you do? I don't tell them, oh, I'm a YouTuber or a content creator or whatever. Like, I just don't like make cartoons. YouTube is just where I stick the stuff. I can't do the YouTube song and dance.
Squarespace, click the bell. Don't forget to click the bell.
The little thing that pops up with the mouse, like, oh yeah, I forgot you could do that. Click subscribe. Like everybody needs to be told, like,
be sure to like and subscribe. If you like this stuff, be sure to ring the bell and leave a comment below if you want.
I can't.
Fox in space is anywhere and everywhere all at once and never ever.
Yay. Don't you have a LARP to be at, buddy? Why are you talking like that?
Falco, we're playing an RPG. Leave us alone.
What? What the hell does that spell? I gotta write some of these, like, conversational trades between Fox and Slippy and Falco and Peppy one day, and just do a couple little itty bitty individual bits, I guess.
We're playing an RPG.
Oh, what the hell does that spell? He's so unintentionally dumb. He's not stupid, he's just kind of dumb. Like, like from Fling Fling. It's like,
why don't you read a book? Like Hamlet.
Hamlet? Like, what's that, like with some eggs and onions? A ghost like in Hamlet. Hamlet? What you mean, like with some eggs?
Read a book, you old sack of nickels. Ooh, yo, mom. Come on, we gotta bust a move over to the clubhouse. Oh, damn. Your son Thuggy Reels turned into a ghost. A ghost? You mean like in that movie with Demi Moore when she was doing the pottery and whatnot? And then he came up and started doing the pottery with her? No, a ghost like from Hamlet. Hamlet, what's that, like some eggs? I miss Three Brain. Wherever he might be, I hope he's well. Just makes me want to eat more ration food.
Come on, Jim.
All right, Keith. Hope we see you again sometime. Yeah, it's either going to be done in March or April. Like there's no pushing it back that far. Once I get this scene done, it's just an inside car scene. A lot of Andross's face being animated. I'll try not to make it too long. This scene here has so much fucking animation and people getting shot and ducking and diving and waving and turning around and walking and stuff. This scene has so much animation in it.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Still think his eyes need to be a little bigger here. All right, buddy. It was nice having you hang out. I hope I see you again. Three Brain is the animator did the Wii thing way back in the day with a squirrel. That oh my God, there's a guy and he was like Wee! Oh my God, I was driving to I was like Wee! Yeah. When you're a kid and you wanna go wee, but you ain't got drugs yet, you hold out for your life. You hold on to little gonads and strive. Gonads and strive, gonads and strive, gonads and... That was wonderful. Gonads in the lightning, in the lightning, in the rain. But no, Thuggy Reels was where it's at. That cartoon might be viewed as a little problematic nowadays, but it was innocent. It was funny and it meant well. Yo, man, your Pikachu's a little bit. I'm getting the good golly out of here. Peace. Oh my God. Wow, look at that stepped on content. Jesus Christ. And of course, at the top, unregistered Hypercam 2. Jesus. It's like trying to buy weed at a fair. It's got like fishing weights and toothpicks ground up into it.
You start off, George. No, you start
Oh my God, there was this guy and he came over and he was like, wee! Oh my God, I remember my mom, she'd be like, wee! That's so great because I went over and I said, hey, Dad, wee! Oh my God, then there was this guy and he goes, hey, I got a knife and a wee! So I went up to a sub gangster and he was like, yo, motherfucker, wee! Yo, I saw R2D on the street, he was like, wee! Beep! Yo, I saw a kid in a wheelchair, he was going down the hill really fast, he was like, wee! Yo, we was watching a movie in the theater and this guy, he was like, oh, I got popcorn! And I was like, oh my God, wee! When you're a kid and you wanna go wee, but you ain't got drugs yet, you hold on for your life. Hold on to your little gonads and strife. Gonads and strife, gonads and strife, gonads and strife. Gonads and strife, gonads and strife, gonads and strife. Gonads and strife, gonads and strife, gonads and strife. Gonads and strife, gonads and strife, gonads and strife. Gonads in the lightning, in the lightning, in the rain. Yo, I saw a squirrel run across the street and didn't get my car, so he's like, wee!
Ah, it takes me back. Have a good night, Chris. We'll see you in the next one.
We'll see you in the next one. Bleep blorp. Blah 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 blah.
I just have to have a soft reboot.
Top 10 favorite ways that Top Gun financial advisor Mark Cuban likes to restart his Tesla. Number 1, power cycle. Number 2.
Like are they trying to sound like Pauly Shore? It's like it sounds like a robot trying to mimic Pauly Shore with a very early AI model.
This is Pauly Shore. Wheeze the juice. Eat the nachos.
And like it doesn't know to like leave it long at the end. It's like
Eat the nachos. Top 10 times Mark Cuban failed epically.
See, like if you hang the last word just way too long, the last syllable, you just automatically that TikTok voice sounds like your Pauly Shore from Encino Man, or even dare I say Biodome levels of Pauly Shore.
It is now safe to turn off your animator.
Je tombe, c'est ton de quoi?
I know what I want to do with those now. Hold on a second. Where is it? It's like it's a guy from France and a dude from Italy arguing with each other. Should I leave them like that? In your head are two little voices. The one on the left is Italian, and the one on the right is a French. And they both scream at once.
Oh God, this is the worst day of my life. Oh, God,
Arretetea, rupayatia,
This guy's
rachia,
fucking annoying.
rebeyeria.
This is the most annoying guy I've ever seen.
I love those.
Oh god, this is the worst day of my life. Oh, it got worse. This guy's fucking annoying.
Oh man.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Jim. Come on. Come on, Jim. on, Jim. Come on. Jim. Come on.
Have a good night, buddy. We'll see you around. The hell? This is a mask issue. Ah. All right, Chico, have a good one.
Come on, Jim.
Hey, that doesn't look too bad.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
on, Jim.
I'll do the full body moving after I animate him. So I still want to rotate him around just a little bit.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Having his head turn sooner than his body does made it look a lot better. One moment.
Come on, Jim.
Much better, much less robotic.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
I've tried. I mean, that's all I drew. I like made Sonic the Hedgehog fan comics when, before I knew what the internet was. I was just like in 3rd and 4th grade. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog's so cool, and then I started making my own characters and stuff. Oh, what a summer child I was before I knew what the internet or any kind of like. I remember going on the internet going, I wonder if there are other like kids like me that like Sonic the Hedgehog as much as I like Sonic the Hedgehog. But yeah, like that was like I obsessively drew Sonic the Hedgehog and Star Fox comics when I was little. from age 8. Because I got into Sonic the Hedgehog before Sonic 2 came out. I know that because I reserved it. I got the t-shirt where he's like under a palm tree or whatever. And so from age 8 to like age 11, because it was like the beginning of 6th grade where like I started discovering the Sonic fans. And there was a bit where my comics after that were just my own characters. I devolved a little bit. I got into like the Beavis and Butthead destruction phase where like all my comics were like really crudely drawn. It was crudely drawn stuff, but I had a new comic page or a little comic book made like almost every morning to show one or two of my other friends. But look, this is what he gets up to in this one. And like, just silly shit like that. Like my buddy made one about his character that like, and they were just like silly little stick figure dudes and stuff. Like I don't even have it in muscle memory anymore. But like the thing I got in trouble for in 5th grade, I drew a stick figure flip book of a guy with a pill bottle. He takes the cap off of the pill bottle and the little dot goes, it's like doot 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 doot, and his mouth opens up and his thing literally goes like and he's all like, oh my god, it took too many boner pills. Like that was it. That was the animation. And I got in trouble for that. God, it was like a YouTuber apology. They made me sit in front of all of my teachers down one of those long, really long rectangular tables with like the big seat at the head of it. So from that point, I know I'm going on a tangent here, but that's a memorable story. I had to sit in front of them and my mom was sitting next to me. So it was like all my teachers and my mom and the school resource officer, and they're like, she's like, go ahead and tell them, what did you draw? And I was like, I drew a flip book animation of a man getting an erection. Like I had to say that specifically. I wasn't allowed to defend or paraphrase. I was required to apologize and say that in front of every single teacher in 5th grade. And then they took away my ability to draw comics. So there was a good chunk of 5th grade where I was terrified of drawing anything. And I couldn't draw in class at all. If the teachers, my mom told me, and she's like, I talked to them, and if any of them see you drawing at all, they're going to tell me. And I'm just like, oh my God, yeah. So I got neutered artistically for most of the 5th grade school year. And then after school let out, I became a little like bandana wearing, combat boot donning, like Pantera shirt wearing little rebel dude. I was like, it's summer and I'm gonna draw and do what the fuck I want for 2 months. Nah, I wasn't that bad. And then 6th grade came around, and that's when I got into all the mischievous stick figure, crudely drawn characters. It was like, it's a Gertrude, like, blows up the... It literally just looked like this kind of stuff. And like with a cigarette lighter blowing up something or whatever. I can't remember. They were very like just simple like daily newspaper 3-panel whatever strips, but we would do them almost every day and keep them in a big book. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. 7th grade, that's when I got into the cringy fox people. Like, oh, he's a tribal fox guy with a dream catcher, and he has a magic stick, and he knows all the magic spells. Or this guy's an alien fighter. He's got machine guns, and this machine gun. Like, I got to show you all the Dino Girl thing. Yeah, seventh grade was when I started getting into like really cringy, trying to draw furry stuff that was cute and sexy, and also like with machine guns and cool and stuff. 8th grade, same shit. In 9th or 10th grade, I my style matured a little. I was still drawing fox dudes with machine guns and stuff, but that's when I started designing stuff for a video game. For my like 12th unfinished video game I'd been programming. Sorry to go on about the comic book stuff, but cute, sexy, cool stuff is the thing now. Have you been on Twitter? It's just the art has gotten a lot better. I don't know, my stuff still looks like somebody from the 90s drew it. But yeah, I never looked at anyone else's art and tried to be like, I want to draw in this style. I don't know, I couldn't find any I liked, so mine's kind of a mixture of my style from like 9th grade and a little bit of how I drew animal people when I was younger than that, like when Star Fox first came out. It was really crude. I've got the images somewhere. I wish I had more old stuff to share with you. I think I just found some. Hold on a second. More 2013 stuff. There's all these like bug alien people, like the Aperoids, like the non-corrupt Aperoids, like whatever they looked like originally. Let me find a couple. I've got a little comic strip I can show you that's pretty funny. Sorry, a lot of this stuff is super old. Wow, this folder is full of old stuff. Yeah, hold on a sec. I'll go through some of these. Yeah, stand by. I'm still loading up more pictures. Very, very old rendition. renditions of the characters. These are like mid 2014, late 2014. Oh my God. These all range from 2013 to 2014. I'm only halfway through the image pile. I do them live, but it won't let me. The OBS window gets confused. I shouldn't, because I think there's a boob on one of these. Not that I drew, but some of the, the draw piles that we had. There were occasionally a boob or two. Oh, old screenshots. Good God. Old cartoons that I wish I could have made. Oh, yeah. God. The original way the Aperoids were going to be introduced is long after Fox is retired. You know, after he got in the fight with Andros, he's like, I'm out, I'm done. That fucked my brain up. I can't do this anymore. And then one day, while General Pepper's out somewhere, he on his flagship, he sees an Aperoid, like take over a guy or whatever, and he remembers hearing Fox like talk about all of this stuff, like saying there were machine things and all that, and he you know, lost his mind, and Pepper just, you know, stuck him in a psych ward for a week, and then Fox is like, no, fuck this, and disappears. And then one day General Pepper calls him in, and he's like, you've got to tell me what it was a machine, it wasn't a thing. And Fox is, you know, like drunk, and he's in a long coat and a tank top, and his shoes are untied, and he just comes in there, he's like, you don't know the half of it, you know. It was actually going to be pretty cool. I kind of want it to still be canon, but I don't know. Hold on, I've got so many pictures. I don't think I've shown any of these on a stream in a long ass time. Some of them I might not have shown at all. I mean, look. Most of these are concept art pictures from 2014-ish. What is this? God, so many pictures to show. I'm really excited. I'm so excited. All right, I'm almost at the bottom. Everything's sorted by name, so I don't know what else is on here. It's like, I'm sorry, like I told you I told you how many fighters there were gonna be, Wolf. Yeah, but you didn't tell me their leader was fucking Fox McCloud. Oh my god. Deleted scenes that I never animated for episode 1. Oh, these are actually pretty neat. I'm trying to keep them in chronological order because otherwise they're not really sorted that way. Oh my god, these are so old. I'm sorry. You just hang around. Hang around. I'm almost at the bottom. Yeah, that might be all the good Star Fox stuff. These are for the actual thing that I'm doing now. Okay, I'm at the bottom. I'm ready. Let me look through all these now. Evolving. It's like seeing an alpha of a game. I'll throw some Five Nights at Freddy's in there too. One picture. Not that one picture I drew, don't worry. Let's see. Okay, I think that's good enough. All right. Oh, I can't believe I'm looking at these. So, at the very beginning of 2010, I need some water. My mouth is drying out. This is like 2010. I was like, I gotta design the Star Fox characters, but I gotta do it in a way where if I got in trouble, I could just change their costumes. It was at 7:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ. So yeah, this is that's originals. What is it? 640 by 480. Jesus. Yeah, this was the original first concept art of the characters. Jesus Christ. I'm cringing so hard right now. And then like later designs. Oh, okay, they don't enlarge. 1 second. Oh wait, what? The picture's gone. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on. I lost the last frame of this. I'm sorry. Okay. I know what I did now. Okay, yeah, this is vital. This face is the best. It's the best face, I swear to God. I'll have these enlarged if they're too small for the view. I think most of them are pretty large sized. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So yeah, that's the very first concept picture of Fox in space in like January 2010. Might have been late 2009, but no, I have the copyright thing on there. And then it's like this is from 2013, jumping forward a little bit. 2012, 2013. It never ends. This is a little sketch from 2014. A meme I made. I didn't mean for that to get in here. Some other concepts. Let me try to find the actual. These are the 2014 almost starting my Patreon. I haven't decided to do a Patreon yet. But these are like the alpha versions or beta versions of the characters before I decided to go on something. So yeah, this is Fox and Falco, Fox McCloud. I think this is my very first Wolf O'Donnell of like the alpha or beta version of. Yeah, this has to be early alpha, I would say. I don't know, but like the very, very early, late 2014, when before I was thinking about a Patreon, but after I was already like, yeah, I'm gonna do a Star Fox cartoon. This is like it's close to how he looks. It's just the style wasn't really honed in. Yeah, these are like the early designs for Wolf O'Donnell and Fox McCloud. Don't know if I still have the original picture I drew that started. I might have put it in here. This is after got a logo. This is when I was getting close to being coerced into making a Patreon. This is the first picture of Star Wolf, like all together. This is the first picture I ever drew of them for A Fox in Space. Well, you know, or the other cartoon title. I don't even like saying it out loud. Yeah, this is going to be in the previously thing. This is going to be the original thing where Andrew's like, wait, I know where he's going to be this weekend, all by himself. It's like, he's like, you didn't tell us their leader was fucking Fox McCloud. It's like, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Some westerny fan art that I did. This is when I was starting to hone in on what Wolf was going to look like. This is getting closer to their current designs. You can kind of see them starting to, you know, like going from this version of Falco. He looks like one of the, like that Vulture Muppet or whatever, the one guy from the Muppets. That was unintentional, but I like Pepe's sunglasses there. But anyway, going from that to here, you can kind of see like that's almost exactly how Falco looks now. His eyes are a little more feminine, but oh, this isn't a Fox in Space. I don't remember why I drew that. This was one of the late 2014 concepts. I really like this one. I really thought I did a good job on that. Some more samples. What the cockpit was going to look like. Really like that. Looks really cool. Just more. I think this was the concept art that I was starting to put together for the Patreon stuff. Oh yeah. This is like season 2. Like after Fox is all like washed up and kind of fucked up over the battle he had with Andros, where he kind of got in his head, so he's kind of like going with the over serious plot about the aperoids coming through and taking things over. God, this is so old. And now here we are getting into the actual Fox in Space stuff. Jesus. Early concept art of season 2 Wolf O'Donnell. See, I want to give Wolf O'Donnell one of his actual costumes from later in the series, but not all the keychains and shoulder spikes and all that. It's just got to be reminiscent. I think that was a Valentine's Day post or something. As one of Farrah's early versions. I think I got some Zora Estrella stuff in here, some frames of an animation that I never finished. Yeah, here we are. That's these. Yeah, these guys will be in the violence. I seriously doubt the Flamingo dude is going to be in like Black Ops gear, but wow. Yeah, they're okay. That's the pictures. And he won't have the anime hair. He'll just be a fox with an orange top. He's definitely this dude is this Fox guy. Both of them. Lonnie is gonna be an IT worker guy, but this dude, this is going to be the Fox McCloud character in the violence, the partner to the Wolf character that does detective stuff. I don't really know how to explain the character right now. But yeah, the like this the Fox guy there, Todd Marshall. I mean, it was originally James Falcon, but James Falcon is 100% a hyena. This guy is Todd Marshall, not to be confused with the computer game character or something. Yeah, James Falcon is the hyena guy in the violence. Oh my God, so many tabs. Hey, Jack, look, it's Star Fox. That face that he makes. Oh, this one small. Oh, this is great. It's after he saves the planet, the bug planet. And they're like, "Thank you, sir. Come meet the people that run the things here." He's like, "Yeah, you're the Starbucks guy." No, that's I know who you are, bro. Oh God. Oh, I don't want to expose too much of the stuff on the violence. Because like the actual canon stuff of what's going to happen in the violence, I'm going to be working on that a lot. Whenever I take my 2-week vacation or whatever, that's probably what I'm going to be doing on the whole vacation. Is just like, all right, let's get the groundwork laid. I might be doing it on the beach, but... I'm actually a block away from the ocean. It's in an industrial town. It's not a beach. There's a beach nearby, though, if we wanted to go. Like a maritime New Brunswick beach. So it's just like, you know, full of pebbles and black sand, and it's very, very cold. I like going to a beach, like a tropical beach or in Florida or whatever, where it's like a touristy beach and getting a place there. I haven't done that in 15 years. I can't remember the last time I got a place at the beach. I'd love to do that. Well, if I'm going to stay at this for another 4 fucking hours like yesterday, I might order breakfast. I was going to order something yesterday and I decided against it. No, like, it's just 12 hours. Like I said, I don't do anything else all day other than work on my cartoon. I work until I get sleepy, and it's like, all right, I need to go to bed. I'm tired. Good night. And I go sleep for 8 hours, and then I wake up and do the same thing. Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm doing exactly what I want to do. I have Wendy's, McDonald's, A&W. I'm not going to do Cora. That's a little expensive. Subway, Burger King. There's a little something. I might have to do Cora's if I want something a little easier on my stomach. I don't know, like there's too much bad to go along with the good for me eating fast food or like really greasy fast food prepared stuff. Not guaranteeing that I'm going to be on here 12 days or 12 hours today, but we'll see. Oh, hey, wait. It's Wednesday. Well, it was. Well, it's still Wednesday for me. Kind of, I guess. You're gonna change. You just about made up your mind. You're gonna change, and when you leave it all behind, what will the past remember? What will the future bring when you walk out? It's called Walk Out by Matthew Sweet. When you walk out. I was supposed to be Wolf today because it's Wednesday. I've cheated you all out of a good time. It's not a pattern of behavior. I apologize. But let me this is starting to become a pattern of behavior, Mr. O'Donnell. No behavioral patterns intended, sir. Actually, yeah, I got a $5 credit for my food being horribly late the other night. So I'll feel less bad about using it. See, it took over 2 hours for my food to get here last time. They got them croissants. Hey, that's gonna be like $14. Hell yeah. Order confirmed. I just got some Wendy's. Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. That other place, if I ordered there, it's gonna be like $52 Canadian. And I'm like, I don't want to pay that much for breakfast stuff. Get 2 combos from Wendy's with some orange juice. It's like $14. And I always raise the tip to $5. It's like, by the default tip for something that small is like $2 or $3. I'm like, nah, somebody's driving here. I give at least $5 because all these people are doing orders on the way here. See, I either do 15% or $5 if 15% is less than $5. I'm a tipper. I get triggered when I argue about people like not tipping. It's like the companies need to, like, well, yeah, but they're not going. They're not going to. They're probably even going to start paying people even less. I always tip. It's usually all the people that are arguing against tipping have never had a job in customer service or serving or whatever. I always ask them, like, what did you have as a job? Oh, I went straight into my chosen career immediately after college. Like, oh, lucky you. Being a pizza delivery guy sucks if people don't tip. Unfortunately, all the frames after this are going to be easy as hell because it's the back of them.
Excellent!
Doritos, thank you for gifting a sub. Bandit. Hello? Are you listening to me? Listen to your mother. Yeah. Why don't you put your controller down? Stop playing all the Apex Legend. Do your homework. Do some sit-ups, some push-ups. To win in the free sweepstakes, you leave your name, your number, your serial number, how tall you are, whether or not you're susceptible to any airborne diseases, up to but not exceeding COVID-19 XB.1.5.64. Hand it over. I can't believe I'm almost done with this. I wanted to play that back again. In the bar car, it's like if you isolate the noise. Let me see which of these I can do on here.
Just got here. Like you guys.
Medical progress you've made, which is nothing short of miraculous, by the way. What are you putting at the...
Yeah.
Already in place. Ready to take...
Can I not?
Ready to take care of all. Already in place. Ready to take care of all of these problems about tonight. Already in place.
Is it gonna? Oh, it's still compiling shaders because I'm stupid. Do.
Already in place. Ready to take care of all of these problems that we've talked about tonight.
Some pretty bold claims. But even with the medical progress you've made, which is nothing short of miraculous, by the way, what are you putting at the forefront? Venom reclaiming superpower status? Prosthetics and treatments for the Tolium miners? Medical reform? The corruption in Graphis Technical?
There's no reason we can't take care of everything at once. And not just a superpower, Darla. The superpower. Corneria is no longer the shining star of example to the system. We all know this. Losing my Cornerian citizenship is the best thing that ever happened to me. You've all seen what only I am doing. The progress only I am bringing. The jobs only I am offering. The sick children's lives only I am saving. I'm the only one that's ever going to make all of these changes a reality, and I give you my word they'll be made within one term.
The only one? And what qualifies only you to make all this happen in one term?
It's simple, really. Only I have the brains to rule Lilat.
Can we get the audience? Can I have everyone in the audience quiet down, please?
Already in place, ready to take care of all of these problems that we've talked about tonight.
Some pretty bold claims.
So you hear this saying Venom's not gonna have the election this time around?
Well, what are all the selection posters for?
They just started saying it last night.
For the Tolium miners,
I think they called it an
the
internal
corruption in
selection.
Grassus Technical.
The premier's gonna be appointed by the cabinet.
I can only wonder how they'll settle it.
Good old Dr. Andros.
Well, he's real popular.
Just need to isolate the TV in the background so you can barely feel or barely hear it. Hostess. Darla, oh, the TV. You got me thinking of Twinkies. No, it's Cactus that voices Darla, the reporter lady, the news anchor. No, I was a placeholder for Pigma at the start. I love how his character turned out in this. Pigma's not really that bad of a guy in this. I mean, he's not that great of a guy either, but he's not just double cross. That's what I do, or anything like that. Like he's got his reasons for doing what he does. Hi, Fox. Good luck with the collage. The violence, the animated series, the movie, the roller coaster, the ride. I ain't afraid of no roller coaster. I'm sorry, Pigma, but your ass is too flat. we're over the 8-hour mark. I want to get back into this habit. I don't care what time of day it is when I start. At least until it's done. Until it is done. Fuck.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh no! Would you fuck up me? Hi, baby! What's up, baby?
Bye. Bye. Leave me alone. I love that puppy dog. He's precious. He got me leaning. There we go. Calibrate. I will have to take a food break here in a minute.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
I know what he said.
Final warning. Detritus.
Come on. Come on, Jim.
So it's taken a relaxing 18, 20 hours of work to get this far. It's not too bad. Oh, the food is here. I'm going to cue up some music and go eat my food. But I'll be back. We're going to 12 today. I'll try.